Saints hit the road to take on Lawrence Tech in Southfield, Michigan.
Keeper Sam runs over the defender. Touchdown!
Do the Saints have what it takes to keep up the momentum, or will the Blue Devils play upset? We get you set for the Week 3 matchup next on the Sports Saturday pregame show.
Hello and welcome to the Sports Saturday pregame show. I'm Alex Melkars, joined this week by Braden Kidd, Jake DiLorenzo, and Joe Medea. Gentlemen, welcome back to the show. A big-time 17-0 win last week for the Fighting Saints. It's good to be back, and it's good to be 2-0 for the first time in what feels like forever.
Yeah, it's definitely the start you wanted coming off last year. You start off, they start off 0-2, 0-3 last year?
0-2.
It was 0-2. Still, 0-2 is 0-2. It's tough to come back from. Obviously, they do it, but it's way easier to end the season on a really, really good note when you start off 2-0.
And I think we should address right away, our thoughts and prayers continue to be with Mr. Little, who suffered to be honest, a catastrophic, brutal leg injury last week. From what I've heard and from what we've all heard, he's doing much better, obviously, and on the road to recovery, but went under surgery at Amita Health there right by the stadium, and he's on the road back, so hopefully we'll see him back on the field next year. But as we turn our heads to this week, you heard in the intro, the Fighting Saints taking on Lawrence Tech. This is a game that the Fighting Saints should win. We'll get to more of the matchup notes later on. Let's talk more about last week's ball game. A 17-0 win. A slow start from the Fighting Saints, Braden.
The whole offense, this is something I immediately took note of. Not so much the whole offense, but the entirety of the run game. Like, it's not even an exaggeration or any form of hyperbole. This man ran 22 times. I've never looked at a stat cast from a game and seen a quarterback run this much in any stretch of football. 22 attempts for 84 yards, and the Saints only had 99 rushing yards tallied in the game. So quite literally, that entire rushing attack centered around Sam Tumulty, and the offense was never able to completely get into a groove that we saw in week 1, but it was
enough.
It was enough.
It was enough.
The defense definitely carried the workload there, which is good. You can't have Sam Tumulty run for dang near 200 yards every game.
Yeah.
So it's nice for him to know that he has that behind him.
Jake, your thoughts on the slow start?
So last week's game? Slow start to last week's game. I thought we kind of came out of the gates. I wouldn't say slow. I think
3-0 at the half. That's not slow.
If the defense was playing bad, I think that it would have been considered slow. But I think that at the end of the day, Sam knew the defense that he had, and I talked to him last week, and just having the kind of defense that he does, the guys that will shut down the pass. We obviously know the sideline-to-sideline speed that the linebackers possess, which is why it's so hard for teams to run on St. Francis. But I think that slow start isn't really the right word.
Okay, how would you describe it then, Braden? I'm sorry, Jake. I did it again. What word would you use, Jake?
We look similar.
Yeah, I'm looking at two people at the same time. Hurts my head.
I don't know. It's tough coming up with words, but I think at the end of the day, he knew the defense that he had, and I think at the end of the day, the offense was going to heat up regardless. Especially after last year, there was no way that it wasn't going to heat up, getting beat that bad and coming back. You weren't going to take another thing like that, or another beating like that. So, I think that they won a good game. We'll say that.
Joe, the defense has allowed 7 points in 8 quarters of play. I'm going to ask you a really stupid question now. Is that good?
That's excellent, Alex. 7 points, 8 quarters. I mean, defense for St. Francis has just been hot these first 2 games.
And it was nice to see them get the takeaways going as well. Had themselves an interception from Nate Tallhelm. I believe I'm pronouncing that right, correct, Jake? Tallhelm? I don't know.
Nate for who?
Us. He had the. Oh, I'm sorry. That's St. Francis, Indiana. That's
Matthew Perry.
Yeah, Matthew Perry had the pick for us.
Go.
Yes. Stupid stats got it wrong. It's my fault. Matthew Perry had 2 picks.
I was going to say, it wasn't just
one.
Yeah,
he had 2 picks. I had that one right in my notes. But he did have 2 picks last week for the Fighting Saints. And it was just nice to see the secondary making those plays. It was something we talked about in our show last week, was how important it is that the secondary does their job against a dual threat quarterback. And they did. quite literally, St. Francis, Indiana, their quarterback Garrett Yoon had nothing. 78 yards on 13 of 27 passing, 1 pick. He was sacked 3 times, and the offense only ran for 89 yards. So by no means was
8 different people.
8 exactly. Thank you, Brady. 8 different people had to rush the football, and they still couldn't get over 100 yards as a team. That has to be one of the most dominant performances of the week defensively across the nation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and going back to the secondary thing, what I've always, seen, secondary doesn't get noticed until it messes up, right?
That's completely valid. You should also preface this by saying you are a former player of the secondary at Minooka High School.
I am a former defensive back, so I do appreciate what the secondary does more than
the average person.
Yeah, the average person. So I think that, and I said it last week, we are witnessing what could be the best defense in the history of St. Francis football.
Ooh!
Secondary-wise.
Okay. That's not the best defense, then. That's just the best secondary.
Allow me to mess up once every...
Elaborate. I'll allow an elaboration here.
Exactly. So, here's the thing. We are approaching, and I know it's so early. It's 2 weeks in.
Mm-hmm.
Legion of Boom levels of production from a defense. I mean, was it 7 points we've given up this year?
Yep.
And the first game, granted, was against a team that was not very strong in any way, Waldorf. No. But you come out against a team like St. Francis of Indiana, ranked number 4 in the MSFA, and you shut them out. A team that beat you 52-14. And I don't care that, people left, starters left, stuff like that. When you have a program that's that good.
And one of the winningest coaches in all of college football, regardless of the level, too, at USF Indiana.
And you hold them to nothing. And you can hold the team to nothing and have no takeaways, but we had 2 interceptions, too.
Did we not force a fumble as well?
Did we?
Cameron Holman.
You're right.
Cameron Holman did have a forced fumble, yes.
So there we go. 3 takeaways on a team that skunked you.
It was a strip sack, too, I believe.
Yep, on a team that skunked you the year before. Like I said, at the end of the year, we will be talking about how this was a Legion of Boom type secondary.
Really?
Of course, I promise you.
Really?
I promise you.
Braden, do you think this is the NAI Legion of Boom? Where does this team rank amongst the great defenses in the country this year? Can this team hang with anybody?
For me, one of the most telling games of the year is probably going to come kind of in the beginning of our big stretch of MSFA games as soon as we face off against St. Xavier.
That's valid.
If we continue this stretch of defense into that game on September 30th, if we pull off another defensive massacre, that's how I'm going to label it. We've been massacring all of these offenses. If we carry that over into homecoming weekend, September 30th against St. Xavier, that's when I'll start to, not that I'm not believing already, but that's when it'll really start to feel real for me.
We're in the early stages of belief. That's when it's going to be set in. That game against St. X, arguably the biggest game of the year. It's kind of like
it is.
It is. You know what I'm saying?
It is.
It is the biggest game of the year, and you have it in the middle of the season. So guys aren't worn out yet.
Mm-hmm.
They're not, still knocking the rust off.
Mm-hmm.
They are going to be in the perfect position to play. And like Braden said, I think I didn't say it before, but that's probably the best way to put it. That's when people are going to realize these guys can play.
And we should note here that we got some reports from verified sources. We're not going to out our sources here, obviously, but Sam Tumulty is a game-time decision this week. We're going to touch on that more, and Jake's got the inside scoop on who will relieve him if he is unable to go. We got a great show coming up for you guys. Don't go anywhere. This might be the most important pregame show of the year to date. You're listening to Sports Saturday on Saints Radio, WCSF, Joliet, 88.7 FM.
The Encounter is online. Read up on all things Fighting Saints and USF at usfencounter.stfrancis.edu.
Welcome back to the Sports Saturday pregame show. I'm Alex Melcars alongside Braden Kidd, Jake DiLorenzo, and Joe Medea. As we mentioned in the last segment, we have some breaking news here. Sam Tumulty, game day decision. Is it time to hit the panic button here, Jake DiLorenzo? What do we do if, the GOAT himself can't go today?
I think panic button's a bit of an overstatement.
Okay.
And we're going to get into
That's exactly what I needed to hear.
We're going to get into why it's an overstatement when I give you the breakdown on who this kid is that is currently listed as the second string quarterback per some of the sources we got.
Per some of the sources we've got, yeah.
Carl Boo, whatever it is. I think it's Bew. Is it Bew?
Yeah, I believe it's Bew.
Okay, that's what I thought too. Carl Bew, quarterback out of Joliet West High School.
Local product.
And Joliet West, for some reason, decides to pump out one or two guys every year that are like game changers, right?
Just insane athletes.
Exactly. Like Trent Howland, when I was a sophomore in high school, the kid that went to Indiana, they had a wide receiver last year that went Division I, and the year before that, same thing. This kid's different. He really is. And I'm not trying to sit here and be like he is a godsend. He's going to be.
Don't oversell it.
Exactly. I'm not saying that. But if there's a guy that can play a game in place of Sam Tumulty, it's this guy.
And why is that? Tell me why.
I got a whole lot of reasons. So in high school, you play a 9-game season. They don't count playoff stats as a part of your official stats, right?
They also missed the playoffs last year at 4-5.
Exactly. So they wouldn't have counted anyway. So it was a team that was not very good. Those 4 wins they had were all a result of this kid going absolutely nuclear, whatever you guys say. Nuclear. Think so. 27 total touchdowns, 2,500 all-purpose yards, 14 passing touchdowns, 1,600 passing yards. Get this. I know all you Sam Tumulty fans out there are going to love this next part. 13 rushing touchdowns.
Yeah.
Almost 1,000 yards on the ground. He's about 70-something short, 923. So, this kid is the definition of an improviser. You watch some of the highlights, you think mobile quarterback, he's going to run before anything. This kid, and I know it's surprising to hear at first, but stands tall in the pocket. He's able to move around laterally without taking off, freaking out. He's able to move around laterally. The throws that this kid can make, me and Braden were watching it before we started the show. The throws that this kid were making, dude has a cannon attached to his shoulder. And I think that if he does end up starting on Saturday, St. Fran's is going to be in for a treat. I think that initially it's going to be a little rocky because freshman, obviously, it's big. Playing your first college football game is a lot different than playing a high school football game.
Yeah.
This kid's going to light up the score sheets.
Bo listed at 6 foot, 190 pounds. Braden, how hard is it to make that jump from high school to college? Like, is it going to be that big of a change for Bo if he ends up having to put on the helmet today and quarterback this offense?
Well, like Jake alluded to, it's a change in pace for sure. He's going to have to take a couple drives to get acclimated, I would imagine, if he does make the start. But like Jake alluded to, like we watched some of the highlights over here, and this kid does have a cannon, and Lawrence Tech could certainly prove to be susceptible to that. They've allowed 260.5 passing yards per game across these first 2 games of this season. Now, granted, one of them, Indiana Wesleyan, top 5 in the nation. You expect to have a bit of a down game there.
A team that beat Division I Valparaiso last week in Indiana Wesleyan.
So those stats might be a little bit skewed in the first couple games.
Little inflated.
But the second game against Ave Maria, they were allowing a lot of passing yards over there as well. I looked through all those stats prior to coming on here. So if this kid can, this kid being Carl Bew, if he's able to pull out that cannon after he, gets acclimated the first couple of drives, they could prove to be pretty susceptible to that. Lawrence Tech,
And before we move on to whatever we're going to talk about next, I want to just go over this kid's metrics because obviously, you make a huddle account, make a Twitter account, you reach out to coaches, they're going to ask your bench, your squat, your 40, whatever, all the basic combine metrics. Carl Bew, like we already said, 6 foot, 200 pounds. He's a real solid kid. I saw him in the weight room the other day. He's a big kid for a quarterback. 4.46 40. We are talking NFL level 40-yard dash. It's unofficial, but still. 4.46 40. 285 bench. 415 squat. 405 deadlift. Athlete is what this kid is.
Yeah, and doing all that at 190 pounds. At least he's listed at 190 pounds. Whether or not that's the actual truth, who knows? Yeah. It's probably lighter than 190 pounds, honestly.
Definitely lighter
looking
than
at him.
190 pounds.
I'm excited if he does get the go. And I'm not sure if we can or should say this, but we're being told it's a lower body injury on Sam Tumulty. So I guess the question is, Joe, I'll ask you this. Do you start Sam Tumulty in this non-conference game just weeks away from St. Xavier?
That is a good question. Honestly, with this with St. X coming up in a few weeks, big game, first conference game of the year, I would say sit Sam and start Carl.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Your thoughts?
Judging off of what I mean, his numbers that Jake alluded to earlier. I mean, this guy's something. The videos I was watching at both Brady and Jake were watching as well. I mean, he has a cannon. I mean, yes, he is gonna have rocky first few drives, I think. But once he's in his zone, I think he's a real game changer.
Brady, what do you think? Start or sit Sam this week?
Well, judging by the rushing abilities that Carl Bew has as well, Lawrence Tech has proven to be just as susceptible first off over these first couple games to the rush just as much as the pass. They've given up 169.5 rushing yards per game. I was originally going to say that was a big opportunity for Sam Tumulty, which it would be if he does go.
But is that an opportunity for Carl now?
It's now an opportunity for Carl, because I think maybe not to the level that Sam Tumulty would have, but I think Carl, judging based on what I've seen from the highlights, I think he could exploit that just as much.
Jake, first of all, your opinion, do you start Bo? And then to follow that up, if you do start Bo, how does McCarthy adjust the game plan? How does that change his game calling? Because even last week with Tumulty at the helm, you and I were a little, concerned about how conservative he was play calling.
And I think that the reason we were upset with the play calling was because of the constant rushes. Mm-hmm. And I know that Sam...
And not the constant rushes, but we should say the constant designed quarterback rushes.
Yes.
And Sam being Sam takes the hit every single time. He does not slide.
Exactly. And here's the thing with that is that it's not like a read option. It's not, okay, if linebacker follows the line of scrimmage, if he follows the line...
It is a quarterback power.
He takes the ball, puts his head down, and he tries to run you over. Now, yes, he's been doing it forever, but you remember last year, I was not a huge fan of this. And you can
I can attest to that. Yeah,
I did not like it at all. I didn't like the fact that we had a quarterback doing that, a guy who is obviously talented. I mean, he can throw the ball, he can sling the rock.
Mm-hmm.
But me personally, if you're worried about a red shirt, I think you get 2 games before you have to officially count a season.
Mm-hmm.
Start Bew this week.
You do?
I think you do. I think that it's 2 weeks down the road, that game is way too important. A game that, I mean, even after last year, it still kind of gets me fired up. We shouldn't have lost that game.
Yeah.
So I think that down the road, you need Sam. So this week, you start Carl. And it's not like a big step down because the way that they play is so similar. And I think that Bew has his advantages over Sam. I'm not saying that, he's better at Sam than this. He's got his advantages. Sam has his advantages, right? Sam's a more power runner. He'll be able to more yards after contact. He knows the offense. But the thing with Carl Bew is that he's an improviser, like I already said, but he's got a strong, strong arm. He'll sit in the pocket. He won't give up on a play right away. He'll sit in the pocket and he'll sling it if he wants to. It's a blessing and a curse. Obviously, just slinging it. You got to be smart with it. But I think that going back to what you said about McCarthy, I think that the play calling remains the same, if not a little favored towards the pass.
And we keep alluding to all this quarterback rushing. I want to know, last week especially, like you said, Jake, you said you didn't like all the design quarterback rushing plays. Why was Keaton Haley not more involved? He only ran the ball 5 times.
That's
-2.
That is a valid question.
-2 net yards. They didn't even allow him to do anything. I can't even rip on Keenan Haley for -2 net yards when you only have 5 rushes and he's not given the opportunity.
The thing is, we don't know though if there's an injury there or what's going on. Obviously, this is the NAIA. They're not releasing injury reports to us in the media every week. But still, the fact that he was in the game and he was playing the game, and he only got those 5 touches was a little bit concerning watching it from where we sat.
Well, I don't know about concerning because St. Francis has always been, I mean, not always, I've only been here for 2 years, but in the 2 years that I've been here, they've always been a
run first
3-4 running back committee.
Yep.
And if you count Sam,
4 or 5 running back committee.
Exactly, yeah. You got Gavin Day, James Zillinger. I don't know if James is he played the first game. I don't know if he played.
He didn't play
game.
last week. Last week it was Sam, Scott, Gavin Day, Joey Tumulty, and Keenan Haley all getting touches.
So the main running backs, like if you look on the depth chart, these guys are listed as running backs. You got Keenan Haley, you got Gavin Day, and Zillinger. But obviously it's more of a 3 running back committee now if you count Sam. So I think that obviously Sam's going to be the number 1 runner. Yeah. Right. I mean, that's who the offense is designed around, but I'd be interested to see what the changes would be if Carl does start on Saturday.
Very quickly here, with Ryan Little obviously being out now, whoever's at quarterback today, who do they look to? Who's the number 1 target? This is open to anyone.
Well, I'll look back to the last game. And I'm completely going to butcher this pronunciation. Is it
Dezion
Jordan? Yep.
You had it right. You got it right.
Yeah, with your chest. Come on.
He was the guy that seems like he could step up the most. If you can turn, I'm not there watching the games like you guys, but if you can turn 4 receptions into 98 yards, I know Sam doesn't love
He's
to
not the
sling
best
it.
deep ball
He
guy.
doesn't love to sling it like crazy. So that tells me that Jordan was getting yards after catch. So if you could take the pressure off Bew, if he does end up starting for the first time here, look to guys like that.
And I think regardless of whether Sam starts or not, Jordan's going to be the one to step up. He's been here. I believe the only 2 guys that have been here longer than him are Hartsfield and Josh Golden.
Yeah.
Golden hasn't seen the field yet. Hartsfield's struggling a little bit to catch on. I think he's only got 1 catch for 5 yards on the year, but that's another guy.
And it was last week.
Exactly. and that's another guy he can go to is Jason. But I think that if you're looking at a true number 1 wide receiver for this team with the injury of Ryan Little, I think a dark horse is Joey Tumulty, a slot guy that can get it done. I mean, because he's a tough runner for a wide receiver, a kid that weighs maybe 180 at the most, 185.
He's probably listed at 195. That's generous.
Exactly,
That's generous.
Exactly. But he runs so hard, and it's so rare to find that in a wide receiver these days. Dezion, the catches that he did make, one of them was deep, the other ones were all rack, and his ability to jump too. Dezion Jordan can jump.
To answer your question, Jake, 177 pounds. Joey Tumulty's listed at 177.
Yeah, and the fact that he can lower his shoulder and run people over,
he can take the hit.
At least try to run people over, it's rare, and I think that they're gonna like it.
All right, we got to step away. When we come back, we'll get you ready for the Lawrence Tech matchup, get you a little more well acquainted with the foe of the Fighting Saints this week. You're listening to Saints Radio, WCSF Joliet, 88.7 FM.
Stay tuned throughout the game for the Sports Saturday halftime and postgame shows hosted by Matthias Warner, right here on Saints Radio WCSF.
Give me something I can feel. Light a cigarette just so I can breathe.
Welcome back to WCSF Joliet, 88.7 FM. I'm Alex Melkars, joined by Braden Kidd, Jake DiLorenzo, Joe Medea. This is the WCSF Sports Saturday pregame show. And fellas, they're taking on Lawrence Tech this week. Braden, tell me a little bit about LTU.
Well, like I alluded to earlier, we can't take their first couple of games, take them seriously, but take them with a grain of salt at the same time. Indiana Wesleyan, we've already said everything that needs to be said about them. Losing, I know they only scored 7 points to Indiana Wesleyan's 50 a
56,
lot.
yeah.
50 and a lot. And then,
yeah.
But to be fair, and we did a little research in the last couple hours. Ave Maria, we have to give credit where credit is due to them, and Ave Maria for everyone's information was LTU's matchup last week. But to be fair, LTU only scoring 21 points against them. My interpretation, bless you, Alex.
Bless you.
I tried to turn off my microphone.
No, but my interpretation, just looking at LTU's previous couple weeks, is that the Saints defense should be able to keep doing what they're doing and absolutely go off.
Brave.
But I do want to give credit where credit is due. Alex Osman and Ricardo Marble Jr. Have both shown passing capability for LTU.
Those are the 2 quarterbacks that played last week.
Yes, sir. And
just making sure it's out there. Just making sure it's out there.
Thank you, Alex.
Yes,
so the Saints will have to be prepared for that change of pace tandem passing game. But that's me just kind of giving credit where credit is due to LTU. I do think the Saints defense is going to continue doing what they're doing, and judging based on how offenses have performed against LTU, I know I alluded to all the yardage averages earlier in the show. I don't think it should be any issue for the Saints this week.
Alex Osman and Ricardo Marble Jr., as Braden just said, last week combined for 16 of 27 passing, 283 yards through the air, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. Jake, I'll ask you this question. The Legion of Boom, do they feast on whoever's in the backfield for LTU?
I think they do. I think that it's tough for a court, especially a college quarterback. It's tough for a college quarterback that is not a bona fide stud to truly beat a defense that is like this, this set.
Yeah.
The guys that we have on defense are going to try and make plays on the ball like they always do. We didn't even talk about this in the last segment that we had talking about defense. Matthew Perry's first interception. I don't know if you remember it, Alex. Tipped a ball up, and he tipped it backwards. He ran about 5 yards, retracked the ball down, and then dove and picked it off.
Yes.
The most athletic play.
That was one of the most insane plays I've ever seen.
I think I've ever seen. And that just kind of goes to show we know Nick Mabutis will make plays on the ball. And it's tough to kind of teach people to dive for balls. It seems like he just kind of does it. Instinctual is what it is. But obviously, you got Jalen Cooper. We know he can make plays. He can defend the ball in the air. And then Scott.
Yep.
He'll throw himself at someone if he needs to, But I think that this
Scott's
secondary,
not above spearing somebody.
Exactly. I think that this secondary is going to have another productive day against LTU.
Joe, this Lawrence Tech team struggled on the ground last week, netting just 38 yards. Are they going to be able to be productive against a defensive line, a front seven, I should say, of the Fighting Saints that has just been so dominant in the early going?
No. No.
That's some good analysis. Great analysis.
No. I mean, our defense has shown up. I mean, our D-line for 4 quarters, I mean, we said it early in the show. They gave up 7 points, our defense, in 2 games, 4 quarters. And, I mean, if they have only rushed for 38 yards last week, I mean, look who we have on the line. They're not going to get anything. I don't think so.
Michael Johnson is not above doing some WWE wildness, picking somebody up and throwing them down. Jake, give me a WWE move. I'm blanking. What would Michael Johnson do to somebody?
German suplex.
Spine buster.
The spine buster. And also, Jake, I think your microphone's going to break again like last week.
No, it's not. It's been like this the whole time.
Okay. Well, it's giving me anxiety. It's freaking me out.
I can't twist the little thing. No, I'm good. I'm telling you. It's not going to fall. People at home, I may or may not have busted a microphone last week, but it's okay because I put it back together. And now apparently there's someone outside that just dropped silverware. I don't know what they were doing walking by it. What time is it? 10:15.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know
what's
they're
even
doing.
open.
Exactly. Like, why do you have forks and knives in your pocket? But no. Oh man, we got so off topic there.
Hey, it's part of the show. Part of the show.
Real off topic.
It's the Sports Saturday experience.
What were we talking about? WWE and then what?
The defensive line. We were talking about the front seven.
It's a unit.
Michael Johnson wrestling people.
Yes.
It's a unit for sure. Obviously, Michael Johnson, dude, he's Aaron Donald at this school. I know I'm overkilling it with the NFL references, but that's who he is. He's been a game changer all 4 years he's been here. There's really nothing more that needs to be said. Pat Strosha, this was going to be his kind of breakout year for the Saints. He attended Drake, Division I school, Division I talent. Supposed to be his year to break out. I think he'll be fine. He's been making plays since day one. And then obviously Cam Holman, another staple. He's always he's been here. We'll say.
Yeah.
He's been here. He's made plays when he needs to make plays, and that's all I got for the D line. I think that their unit, just like the secondary.
The Fighting Saints last took the field against Lawrence Tech, September 28th, 2019. It was a game the Fighting Saints dominated, winning 48-28. It is the only matchup in the history of these two programs. The Saints lead the all-time series 1-0. That game did take place in Michigan, so now the Saints heading up there for the second time to Southfield. And this is the Fighting Saints' first road test of the year. It is something that I think we haven't talked about at all. Joe, playing on the road, a lot different than playing in front of a home crowd. are the Fighting Saints able to pick that energy up and do it in front of a very, I would hope, is going to be an electric atmosphere that's not going to be in their favor, obviously, if they're up in Michigan.
It is. Playing on the road is different than playing at home, obviously. But I believe that I believe they will continue the dominance they've shown in since their first 2 games. I mean, yeah, first round game, and judging based off of the quarterback situation, it might be a slow start, but they're gonna. I believe it's gonna be a strong second half.
Well, let me tell you, it was not an electric atmosphere the last time we went to Michigan, and even without Sam Tumulty's electric rushing the last time we were there. Let me put something into perspective for you. The Saints ran for 413 yards and 6 rushing touchdowns the last time we visited against LTU.
Is that good?
It is very good indeed. And I won't go as far as to say that we need another rushing performance like that because our defense has gotten a little bit better since then.
Jake's making the timeout signal. What do you got for me, Jake? What do you got?
Here's the thing, you guys. Dwayne Milton was the running back for USF, leading rusher. And do you have the stats? Do you have the stats for Dwayne
I don't know.
Milton?
I have 8 windows.
Okay, so don't look. Don't look. Alex, I want you to take a guess. How many rushing yards do you think Dwayne Milton had out of our 404?
It was definitely over 200.
305.
241 yards, 4 touchdowns, averaging 11 yards.
That might be the greatest NAIA fantasy football day of all time. Up there with Sam Tumulty's 8 touchdown performance.
Yeah. And here's the thing, and you think, it's probably like little 10-yard runs. His longest run of the day was 83 yards. The man ran 83 yards.
I do remember reading that. Yeah,
this game was absolutely bananas. That's what it was.
And the funny thing to me was the Saints didn't even try to pass in that game. They passed the ball 12 times.
Jamal Salam was the leading passer. 7 attempts. We had 12.
We didn't have to.
I don't know. I don't know if this game was played in like the Arctic tundra or something.
I mean, it was played in September. It had to be a rain game, right?
There's no way it was a snow game. I'll say that.
Great analysis there, Jake. Thanks. Oh, man. We got to take a break. When we come back, we'll have our predictions. You're listening to Sports Saturday pregame show right here on Saints Radio, WCSF Joliet, 88.7 FM.
Saturday. The Fighting Saints are on the road again to take on the Trojans of Taylor University. Coverage begins at 11 a.m. with the Sports Saturday pregame show right here on Saints Radio, WCSF Joliet, 88.7 FM.
He's like that black lab on the first day of pheasant hunting season. He was pulling at the chain.
Sports Saturday pregame show. Alex Melkars, Joe Medea, Jake DiLorenzo, Braden Kidd here on WCSF Joliet, 88.7 FM. It's that time of the show. It's time for our predictions and the over-under. Let's get a quick look at where everyone stands right now. Joe is 2-0. He is 1-0-1 in the over-under after taking the under last week. Braden is 2-0 overall. He is 1-0-1 in the over-under after taking the over last week. Matthias, 2-0. 0-1-1. He took the over last week. That did not hit. It was a very ambitious line, and it came nowhere close to hitting. It was in the 50s. It was a 17-0 ball game. Jake, 2-0, 1-0-1 in the over-under. I am 2-0, 1-0-1 in the over-under. Joe, talk to me. Give me your score and your over-under prediction. I should probably say the line is 41.5.
41.5. I have your Fighting Saints winning 27-17. I'm taking a soft over.
Soft over. I like that. That's well with reason. Braden, I have a feeling that your prediction is going to make me cry.
Is that my cue?
Yes.
That would be your cue.
That would be your cue.
Whether it's Carl, whether it's Sam, we are running them over.
Okay!
I will repeat, we are running them over.
Okay!
Defensive line. Their defensive line does not stand a chance. I'm not going to say we're going to rush for 400 yards like last time in 2019.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Go ahead. You got to
Let it eat, Braden.
That sounds like such an authentic undertrack. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
I said that, I was the one that did it.
I did the claps.
To give my final prediction, I have the over.
Okay.
Saints win 48-7, domination in every side of the ball.
I can't. It makes me cough.
And
Domination.
And I do believe I could envision a scenario where we at least rush for 250 yards in this game.
As a team? Is that?
Yes, as a team.
Oh, my Lord.
Maybe 300.
Wow. Matthias obviously not here this week. He is 2-0 overall, 1-1, excuse me, in the over-under. He took St. Francis. We don't have a score prediction from him, so we will get that to you next week and update you on the over-under accordingly. All right, Mr. DiLorenzo, talk to me.
Yes, sir. I'm going to wait, did you go yet?
No.
I was going to say, I'm going to close this thing out. This is me getting the ball in the bottom of the eighth. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, guys. I think that I'm not with Braden. I don't think it's going to be a blowout like that. I think it's going to be a lot closer game, especially if Sam doesn't play.
That is a very important aspect of this.
And it's tough. It's tough to say whether we think he's going to play or not, but I think he'll start the game if I had to guess, just because they still want to, utilize his skill sets, because obviously the kid's a stud. So I think that it's going to be a closer game though than we think. I think it's going to be 20-7 because we don't kick that many field goals. I think it's going to be a 20-7 win for St. Francis. I'm taking the under on 41.5. So I was going to say 23-17, but I don't think Brian's kicked more than one field goal in a game, and since the Roosevelt game last year. So I'm taking the under.
And that was the windiest day I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah. So I'm taking the under 27.
20-7.
Yeah.
A defensive battle, and the under for Jake DiLorenzo.
Yep.
All right. Me, myself, and I'm going to go, obviously, going to take the Fighting Saints. I haven't really put too much thought into my score prediction, and I really I like where Braden's head's at. I love where his head's at. I think we're going to dominate, but I don't think it'll quite be in the same fashion that Braden thinks we will. I think the Fighting Saints will put up a 38 spot.
Oh.
But I do see Lauren Tech putting up a 20 of their own. The defense just can't keep doing this week after week. They're going to give up points at some point. They have to. And Jake's looking at me like I just committed
not to this team.
A treason.
Yeah, I think that down the road, yes, defense is going to have its hiccups. I don't think this is the week that it has the hiccups, because I think that they know that if Sam doesn't play, they're going to have to step up.
I have USF winning 38-20. Obviously, that's the over by quite a bit.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
I just wanted to make sure.
No, of course. Yeah, I understand that. So that's my official prediction. Does anyone think I'm insane on that one?
No,
No.
It's kind of the same thing that you said, right?
I don't think your thought process is insane, but like Jake said, if our defense is finally going to get to the point where the cracks show a little bit, I don't think it happens until homecoming week against St. Xavier. I think they're the only ones in the near future that are capable of doing so.
Yeah, and the only reason that I think St. X is going to be able to do something against us is because it's that rivalry game, that rivalry feeling. These guys are going to go balls to the wall to try and stop us and to try and score points on us. So, but before that, I don't see this defense going down.
Really quickly, alternate line. Whoever's at quarterback, does the quarterback position rush for over or under 100 yards, Jake?
Oh, we're setting it at 100?
Yeah.
Oh.
No matter who's at quarterback.
I'm going to say under.
Under?
Yep.
Braden?
Take a wild guess.
You're going to go with the over.
Over, 100%.
Joe?
I'm going to go with Jake. It's going to be an under.
All right. Well, Carl Bow or Sam Tumblety, Nick Jackus will tell us all about it coming up next. But Braden, I'm being told you're stepping in for Matthias this week for the half and post-game duties. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
That would be correct. So when we come back, Braden Kidd has the final word. He gets you set for kickoff before sending it to Nick Jackus, who is calling this game remotely from his basement. Should be a good one. Looking forward. You're laughing, but it's true.
There we go, Nick.
It's what's happening. Nick is going to pull off the impossible and make this sound glorious. It'll be like
faith.
he's there.
I got faith in our
Fighting
guy.
Saints and Lawrence Tech just around the corner. You're listening to Sports Saturday on WCSF Joliet, 88.7 FM.
Stay tuned throughout the game for the Sports Saturday halftime and postgame shows hosted by Matthias Warner, right here on Saints Radio WCSF.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Braden Kidd. I am filling in for Matthias Warner for about the next 8 minutes until we pass it over to Nick Jackus' basement. He's gonna make it sound glorious, so don't you worry. And I am dying on the hill of every prediction I made. I am calling for a Fighting Saints blowout here today over in Michigan at Lawrence Tech University. I will say, however, we're gonna have to top that 2.8 yards per carry that we saw last week. Obviously, that's going to rest heavily on the game time decision of whether or not we see Sam Tumulty or Carl Bew, which, like Alex alluded to earlier on in the show, it's the NAI. We don't get those hour ahead injury reports, so we will not know who that quarterback is until they start snapping plays and they run onto the field. So, but regardless, I stand by my prediction, whether it be Carl Bew, whether it be Sam Tumulty. I truly believe that Lawrence Tech's D-line, they're about to get ran over, believe me. And our defense, the defense speaks for itself. You go back to last week against USF Indiana. I fail to recollect whether I mentioned it earlier on in the show or not. But we can hop back to last week against USF Indiana. We allowed 84 passing yards, and I know Alex and Jake mentioned it a little bit. Those two interceptions, and I brought up the forced fumble. This defense, I'd be willing to bet we're gonna have a pretty decent day today. So I am very, very excited to see what we're able to pull out of our sleeves today. I still want to see no matter who's under center, I want to see his passing game get a little more involved. I know I believe it was me who mentioned it earlier on. We haven't been that deep threat team. I want to see if we can pull off a few more explosive plays through the air. And I mean, everybody knows we've seen Sam Tumulty under center for a while now, and credits to his rushing abilities. Like Jake said, quarterback power plays, just put your head down and run them over. It's something that I'm not used to seeing. I'm used to watching it, like Alex said, where quarterbacks are just sliding down, not doing too much, keeping themselves safe. But what Sam Tumulty does is beyond impressive. Impressive does not speak enough volume. But I do want to see some more deep threat capability, and that's there's kind of a level of excitement that comes with the uncertainty of today's game. I'm very excited to see what would happen in a situation where Sam Tumulty is not under center. But let me tell you, if Sam Tumulty is under center, you don't have to worry about the Fighting Saints winning today. I've been very confident this whole show, and I am dying on that hill that now granted we can't take anything for granted in sports analysis. Anything can happen on any given day. But if Sam Tumulty comes out and he starts running these guys over, then it's going to be a very rough day for that front defensive line of Lawrence Tech University. And however, like we did mention earlier on in the show, whether we should or should not have revealed that, Sam Tumulty, it's being said that it's a lower body injury. So if he does go, that's one of my biggest issues. If he does go, if his lower body injury is hindering him in any sort of way, does that take away from his run capability? And if that begins to show and that begins to be the case, if he does end up going today, then where do we go as from a Fighting Saints offensive perspective? That's why I would almost prefer that he gets rested up. I know most of us alluded to it in the show. I know Jake kind of said that he thinks that Sam might go. Part of me hopes he doesn't. Rest up for homecoming week against St. Xavier. That's when we're going to need him most. So I'm almost hoping in a sense that we see a little bit of Carl Bew today, because he has plenty of ground capability as well. And I'm I'm more than willing to see that today. I mean, plus Carl Butte, we mentioned it a lot over the past 40 minutes or so that we've been on. I know I alluded to it earlier on at the very beginning of the show that Lawrence Tech opponents this season have averaged 260.5 passing yards. I know Sam Tumulty, not a big air guy. If he does end up going, does that lower body injury cause him? Do we see a little bit more of his passing abilities than we're accustomed to seeing? Obviously, we know they're there, but do we see a little bit more of that in this game than we've been accustomed to seeing to this point? Because obviously we know he's like a running back under center at the quarterback position. The man would run 30 times a game if McCarthy would let him, probably. So it's just what he loves to do. But nonetheless, 260.5 passing yards per game is what Lawrence Tech's defense has given up to these offenses across the first couple of games. I know I said take it with a grain of salt. They faced Indiana Wesleyan, a very tough opponent in week 1, but you got to see it as an opportunity if you're the Fighting Saints offense to get the air game involved a little bit more. And if Carl Butte ends up going today, like we said, we've watched highlights, the guy has an absolute cannon. So I'm very, very hopeful that we will see a bit of that if Carl Butte ends up going today. But on the other side of the coin, they've given up 169.5 rushing yards per game this season as well. And Jake and I took a closer look at the rushing capabilities of Carl Butte, and not even just rushing capability, but the ability to scramble around if the pocket is breaking down. And I mean, if we get Carl Butte under center today and he decides to want to sling it a little bit more than we're accustomed to seeing out of the Fighting Saints offense, what are we going to see in that regard? Are we going to see a little bit of scrambling, throwing some Patrick Mahomes-esque plays? I haven't made an NFL reference yet in this show, so I had to fit one in. But are we going to see some stuff like that? There's just an element of uncertainty that kind of adds to the hype of this game, even though it's just the third game of the season of Fighting Saints taking on Lawrence Tech. It adds that element of uncertainty that me personally, I'm very excited for. I hope you guys are excited for as well. But there's a lot of things that we have the opportunity to exploit here in this game. And that's why I'm so confident that the game is going to turn out the way I said it will in my prediction earlier. There are plenty of things to go out there and exploit. The passing defense, the secondary of LTU has not showed a lot of promise across these first couple of games. The rushing defense has not showed much promise in these first couple of games. There is a lot of possible things that we can come out and exploit here in this game. We're just going to have to wait and see. I'm going to take a quick break for you guys, and then from there, it will be off to Nick Jackas, who will broadcast the game. This has been your Fighting Saints Sports Saturday pregame show on Saints Radio, WCSF 88.7 FM Joliet. And in just a couple more minutes, we are going to be passing it off to Nick Jackas right after this break. So stay tuned. You're listening to Fighting Saints Radio, 88.7 WCSF Joliet. Stay tuned for Nick Jackas right after this.
Are you looking for more in this world? Are you ready for something bigger? Then we are looking for you. The big-hearted, the bold, the messy and the gutsy. The teachers, the growers, the builders. The skilled, the sharers, the change makers. We need you. We are the Peace Corps. In more than 60 countries, we go all in and all out. We are volunteers, partners, communities, working together, living together, bringing our experience, passion, and joy to building a better world together. From tackling climate change in Mexico to keeping kids healthy in Kenya, from sustainable farming in the Philippines to education in Kosovo. We learn more, give more, share freely, and serve boldly. Are you ready to tackle the tough stuff? To go the distance to make a difference? Then we have a place where you belong. Join us at peacecorps.gov.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Happy week number 3 of St. Francis football. My name is Nick Jacobs, and like the boys mentioned, Braden and Alex, yes, I am in my basement studio today as we try something a little bit different, as St. Francis is up in the suburbs of Detroit taking on Lawrence Tech today. Lawrence Tech 1-1. The boys covered it as well as you possibly could. Nice win over Ave Maria. They lost 2 weeks ago in their opening week game against one of the best teams in the MSFA in Indiana Wesleyan. They went on just to beat Valparaiso, an FCS team, last week, which is a lot of fun to watch. A 2-point victory came down to a 2-point conversion. But where does that put Lawrence Tech? I think they're a better team than they have been the last couple of years. Head coach Avante Mitchell in his 5th year now. He's 11-14, which is not really a terrible record, honestly. Avante has quite a track record, too. He was a D1 player, played at Louisville, played at Wayne State, has previous coaching experience at his alma mater at Northwood University, coached over at Taylor University in the MSFA, at Concordia Ann Arbor, some more MSFA experience, was the defensive coordinator for Lawrence Tech starting in about 2019. After the head coach, Jeff Duvendeck, left for St. Thomas, it was Avante Mitchell's turn to take over, and now in his 5th year with an 11-14 record. Saints, obviously, a little bit more consistency in the program, a little bit more established program. Joe Curry in his 12th season, over 500 now, 59 wins to 57 losses, the 2-time Midwest Coach of the Year. Well, 3-time, actually, 2-time repeating. Won it back in 21 and then in 2022 as well. Coach Joe Curry in his 23rd year, with the USF football program. Played 4 as a player on the defensive line, 7 as a defensive coordinator, now his 12th as the head coach. He's the longest tenured head coach behind Mike Slovic's 11 seasons. And Coach Slovic was Coach Curry's coach when Curry was a player. So it's all Saints family here. It's awesome to see Coach Curry rise through the ranks and have his team now ranked in the top 20 in the NAIA. St. Francis made a big jump last year with that shutout win against St. Francis, Indiana. They came in ranked 24th in the NAIA. They made a huge jump up to number 17 now as far as the national rankings go. A big game last week at home. This is their first road trip. They shut out St. Francis, Indiana, 17-zip. It was 3 takeaways, 2 interceptions from Matthew Perry, the newcomer from Trinity International. Got a strip sack from Cam Holman as well, which set up another touchdown. It was the first shutout since 2021, the first shutout at home since 2018. And like the guy, I kind of felt like they're making fun of me a little bit, but hey, boys, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, right? Lawrence Tech, brand new program, brand new stadium. They're building it in phases, and they haven't gotten to the whole press box situation quite yet. It's very small. They have their coaches they got to get in there, their game ops people. They have their video crew, and they have a Detroit television station up at Lawrence Tech today. So we're figuring out how we're going to bring the game to you today. Well, you know what? We're gonna kick it like they did in COVID when they couldn't have people at the stadium. Well, this is how they did it. They had a video feed and they broadcasted from wherever they possibly could. So that's what we're doing here today to bring you this Saints call. And I'll tell you what, the boys hit it on the head. What's the storyline today? Is Sam Tumulty going to run? If he does, how effective can he be? Like they mentioned, they have a lower body injury that he's dealing with. So if he goes, how can he run? If he doesn't go, is it going to be Carl Bue's turn to take things over? And just like Braden and Alex mentioned, I'm very excited to see what he can bring to the table. He's a very, very athletic quarterback, but don't let that think that he can only run. Taking a look at his high school career where he was an all-conference player, over 2,500 all-purpose yards, but a vast majority of them were through the air. 1,600 yards passing, 923 on the ground. He had 27 touchdowns, but they were split as evenly as an odd number could be. It was 14 through the air and 13 touchdowns on the ground for Carl Bue. So he's a do-it-all kind of guy. He can improvise. He can break the pocket, go a little bit off schedule if he needs to. Very excited to see if Carl Bue's going to go. He's not the only quarterback, though. When Sam Tumulty did have to take a little break in that first game for St. Francis against Waldorf, it was Owen who came in. And there's a little bit of looking to the future when it comes to the decision to who is going to play quarterback, because the plan was to have Carl Bue redshirt this year and have and maybe even next year and have him available after Sam Tumulty moves on for graduation. But he might be forced into a bit of an action. You get 2 games to play before you have to ditch the redshirt moniker. So this could be one of those games. It's the reason he did not come in against Waldorf. It's the reason we saw Christian Owens come in. But we'll see what Coach Curry and Matt McCarthy have in store. So what does Lawrence Tech bring to the field today? 1-1. They were beat by one of the best teams in the nation. They got a nice win over Ave Maria last week. But they do have that potential for big plays. And it's mostly going to come from their wide receivers. They have 3 guys who have caught 59-yard or longer touchdown passes this season. So they are capable of completing those big plays and taking shots downfield. So the DBs for St. Francis are going to have to be good. Like Braden and Alex mentioned, though, they are good, especially Matthew Perry. He's shown himself to be a more than capable cornerback. And what makes Matt Perry different than most cornerbacks you're going to see in the NAIA is his size. He is 6'3" on the outside, which is much taller than you see a typical cornerback being. And he's just around 200 pounds. So he can tackle, he can be strong, and he can outwork receivers for those 50-50 balls and be athletic. One of his interceptions last week was phenomenal. The tip, the dive, it was great. Matthew Perry doing some big things. We haven't heard from Nick Mabudis, who had a coming out party last year as a safety for St. Francis. You know he's going to get in on things too as we get going throughout our afternoon today. And taking a look at the schedule, the boys in the pregame mentioned Taylor's next week, but St. Xavier looms 2 weeks from now. The next home game, that's going to be homecoming, so we hope you join us out at the stadium for that, if at all possible. And that really comes down to the decision about who's going to play quarterback today, right? As we await kickoff up in the suburbs of Detroit right now, which should be happening any minute. Coach Curry and his staff, their moniker every single week is they want to go 1-0, right? They don't look ahead. They're not looking down the schedule. They know St. Xavier's there, but that's not their focus. But when you have an NAI All-American caliber quarterback who's iffy with an injury, can he go? Should he not? What's the decision? They might say they're only focused on this game and they want to go 1-0, but you can't tell me that St. Xavier 2 weeks from now is not a part of the discussion, at least when it comes to the decision to play Sam Tumulty today. It's going to be very interesting to see how that goes. That is for sure. Lawrence Tech coming off of that 21-19 win over Ave Maria, the team they lost to last year, so it was nice to get a little revenge if you're Lawrence Tech. Donald Dillon was the guy on defense who forced the fumble. Ave Maria was coming down to try to win that game, and It was a forced fumble that really sealed it for the Blue Devils. That was their third takeaway of the game. They still outgained Ave Maria 384 to 321. Neither team really rushed for very much. I think they were both under 100 yards in that game. Lawrence Tech only 3 out of 21 on third down as well, so they were having trouble staying on the field. 29 penalties, and that's another story about this Lawrence Tech team. They are very penalty prone. Just 2 games with 26 total penalties, accounting for 189 yards. So we are about to get things going. Captains are on the field right now for the coin flip. It was won by the home team. They deferred, and it will be St. Francis going to get the ball to start things off here as they are out in the cloudy sky in Detroit, the suburbs of Detroit right now. Again, yes, sounds a bit different. Doesn't sound like we're at a football game. It's because we're not. In the home studio here today, bringing the play-by-play to you remotely. And a big thank you to Lawrence Tech for the video feed of the game, so we're able to bring you this Saints-centered broadcast. Lawrence Tech coming out in gray uniforms, white numbers and letters, white helmets with the LTU Blue Devil logo on the side. Let's see what St. Francis decided to wear on the road here today. Brown uniforms, white pants, white helmet with the Bernie logo engraved on the side. We are just about ready to get things kicked off here. I take that back. St. Francis will kick it off. LTU will have the ball first. Brian Madej ready to line it up with the ball at the 35, going right to left. LTU left to right in the white on gray, which is always really fun to see when you are a spotter or a play-by-play guy. You typically like to have a contrast in number to jersey color, but they're going with the white on light gray. So pardon me if they are a little bit hard to identify because of that. Brian Madej takes a step backward, 3 steps to the left, checks down his line, and off we go. Week number 3, kickoff, angles to the left. It'll bounce into the end zone for a touchback, and Lawrence Tech will take it out to the 22. The return man, Devon Bentley, the redshirt sophomore, decided to let that one bounce by. He's dangerous. He doesn't have that many touches, only 8 carries, 34 yards, a couple catches, but he does have 2 touchdowns with a long of 73. Quarterback number 14, Alex Osman, the redshirt freshman wearing number 14 out of Dearborn, Michigan, local kid, 15 for 23, 2 touchdowns and a pick through the first part of the season. Not much of a running threat. He has carried the ball 3 times for -9 yards. I assume most of those have been broken plays. Out comes Osman and company. Again, the white on gray jersey, gray pants, blue trim, white helmets for the Blue Devils of Lawrence Tech. Right on his left side is their running back, C.J. Davidson, the redshirt senior out of Pontiac, Michigan, as they start in the shotgun. It's taken a long time to get this game underway. They haven't ticked off. You're supposed to kick 10 minutes ago, but we still haven't had our first offensive play. Here we go, finally. Saints going to start off in their base 3-3. 3 wide receivers left, 1 right here for the Blue Devils. Osman takes the first snap of the game. We're underway. It's going to be on the ground to Robertson, looking for a hole near the right boundary, making a few miss. Some poor tackling early on here by St. Francis, and it's going to be very close to a first down for Robertson, number 28. Or Davidson, pardon me, the redshirt senior out of Pontiac. Nice, tough run. St. Francis, usually a very good tackling team defensively, missed a few there on the first play of the game. LTU starting, like we mentioned, Osman under center, Davidson the running back, Robinette, Wallace, and Rembert on the outside. Marcio Jenkins, the starting tight end. Cam Holman, Pat Strosia, Mike Johnson, the 3 along the front line for St. Francis. Again, in that 3-3 look, let's see if they rush anyone extra. Nope, they're just going to rush 3. Ball's going to be on the ground. Davidson bottled up near the line of scrimmage. There to make the first hit was Logan Johnson for St. Francis, the junior out of Kankakee. He's going to have to be one of the stalwarts now for St. Francis defensively. They've always had a great stable of linebackers come through, especially local linebackers. It's TJ Neal and Scott Tumulty, Jalen Cooper, Nick Mabutis, Matt Perry, Kwaku Apia, the 2 corners on the outside, Strosia, Johnson, and Holman up front. Been nice to see the TIU transfers come in and really make an impact. Matthew Perry with the 2 interceptions a week ago. Keemon Reese getting in the backfield with some tackles for a loss. The clap and the snap back, and again, it's to Davidson on the ground, only up to the 38-yard line, and that's going to bring up 4th down. So an early 1st down, but then the Saints defense able to hold on the second set. It's going to be 4th and 2, and the punt unit's going to come on for Lawrence Tech. So our first look at the offense, the big question, who's going to be the quarterback for St. Francis today? And you got to worry about Scott Tumulty first, who's going to be the one back to return. Scott Tumulty standing and waiting with his number 1 on his jersey, counting, making sure he sees 10 of his teammates in front of him. Looks like he's ready to go. Snap is a good one. The kick is away. Scott Tumulty will get a chance from his 28-yard line, going horizontally, using the speed to the outside to the numbers, puts on the brakes, cuts it back up to about the 37-yard line, and that is where the St. Francis offense will start, their own 37. And already this game getting chippy has been one of the issues in the first couple of games, especially the first game against Waldorf for St. Francis, being able to control the emotions when things start to get a little bit extracurricular there. All right, who's it going to be for St. Francis? It is Carl Bue's turn to lead this offense. Here we go. Coach Curry and company giving Sam a break. Carl Bue out. I don't imagine Sam's going to be completely out of the question today. I haven't seen him on the sideline. He might be in uniform. If things go sideways a bit, he may be available. But Carl Bue, the freshman, coming in to lead the Saints. First one's a snap. The first play's the throw, and it is complete downfield all the way down to the LT 30. This one goes to his pal, the other freshman, Joey Tumulty. Unbelievable. The first play of his career goes for a big gain for freshman Carl Bue. Confidence, and he put some nice touch on that ball. Unbelievable play. A big first down for St. Francis. Carl Bue in the shotgun has running backs on each hip. Haley will get his first touch past the 30-yard line to the 27. Picks up about 5 on the carry for St. Francis. St. Francis has started games so well this season. Waldorf started with I think they scored 7 consecutive touchdowns. The first 3 from their brothers. The Tumulty brothers scoring the first 3, and now this game starting with Carl Bue as a true freshman completing a perfect pass for a big gain to go inside LT territory. Unreal. Keenan Haley on the right hip of the shotgun to Bue. He's got 3 wide receivers left. Wide left is Dezion Jordan. He's your deep threat. Tight end in to block is Getch. Carl Bue's first design run, and he's not going to get too far. Just a gain of 2 on 2nd and 8. Make it 3rd down and 6 for St. Francis. I'm going to blow the play dead here for a reason. The flag came out. Hopefully it's not a hold. I thought it might have been a face mask situation, but referee and umpire talking about it right at the line of scrimmage. Again, audio-only broadcast, respecting the live video rights. Unsportsmanlike conduct is going to go against St. Francis and LTU, so they're going to offset. And I told you it was getting chippy. It's going to be 3rd down and we'll say 3rd down and 8 here. I mentioned it's getting chippy, and the referees want to try to put an end to that. So 2 offsetting unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. Hopefully that calms things down a little bit. Dezion Jordan trots back in. James Williams, the running back, in right now, along with Carl Bue, the quarterback, in the shotgun. Jordan and Friddle split out left. Blitz being shown by LT. Linebacker comes in, but they back off into coverage. Bue looking to throw, looking, nothing there. Now it's time to improvise. Rolling to his right. Nothing there, and he throws it away. Smart play by the freshman. Is going to bring up 4th down and 8, and here comes Brian Madej. They're going to give him an opportunity for a long field goal here. Last year, 5 for 7 on field goal attempts. This year hasn't had an opportunity. This one will be a 44-yard field goal. Both of his misses last year were at 43 yards. Good snap, hold down. Madej's kick is blocked. It'll be returned by LT up the left sideline out toward midfield before he's pushed out of bounds. And that really has been the issue with Brian Madej's field goal opportunities is the angle of the kick. He can't, very difficult to get it over the line. His angles are so low. A good snap. Jalen Cooper got the ball down. Oh, but he kind of like my golf shot when he kicked the ground before he got to the ball. So it wasn't a very clean kick from Brian. That's going to give the Blue Devils very good field position. We mentioned their big playability. 3 plays over 59 yards here through the first 2 games of the year. Alex Osman back on. So each team with a possession, no score. Second opportunity here for the Blue Devils at home in the suburbs of Detroit. They have it on the St. Francis 46-yard line to start off this drive. Here comes pressure from St. Francis. So they're going to back it off here pre-snap as Osman changes the play, changes the protection, moves his running back to his right hip. Osman, the clap, the snap, handoff. Nothing to the left. And Mike Johnson there to finish off the play. He did fall forward for about 2 yards. Ball carrier Devon Bentley, again, that redshirt sophomore from Detroit, transferring from Central State University. His 9th carry, over 35 yards now. Most of his damage done catching the ball out of the backfield, but he'll be in again here on this play on 2nd down and 8. 4 wideouts for LT. 3 to the right, 1 to the left here on the left hash. Bentley, the running back, to the right of Osman. The clap, the snap. Here comes pressure from the edge. Osman takes a big hit, but throws incomplete, looking to the outside. His intended receiver was open, but it was overthrown. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 8. And these are the opportunities where Pat Stroja, Cam Holman, Mike Johnson really shine when it's a clear passing down and they're not worried about the run. They are some of the better pass rushers in the conference. Five defensive backs out near the line to gain, and they're going to rush 4. Osman, plenty of time in the pocket, fires downfield, has a man, complete first down out near the 26-yard line. Beautiful pass and a strike to Jalen Wallace, their leading receiver, his 10th catch. Had an 80-yard touchdown pass already, found an opening in the St. Francis zone defense. And a big first down for the Blue Devils as they approach the red zone. Jalen Wallace, 6 foot, 195, a junior out of Inkster, Michigan. They do a nice job recruiting there in the Detroit area, and they have a first down, the ball at the 26-yard line of the Saints. Snap back to Osman, play action. He wants to throw. Here comes pressure. The hit as he's thrown, and this one's nearly intercepted by Jalen Cooper. They're looking end zone. It was underthrown a bit. Jaden Rempert, the intended receiver, but Jalen Cooper almost undercut the route. Had to make a diving effort on the goal line, but couldn't come up with it. It's going to bring up 2nd down and 10 for Lawrence Tech here on their second drive of the game. 9:08 to go, first quarter in the suburbs of Detroit. Osman will survey here with 4 wide receivers, 3 left, 1 right. St. Francis, 3 down linemen, 3 linebackers. There's the snap. Quick pitch out to the left, caught and down immediately, making the tackle Nick Franciscovich. His first tackle of the game. The ball was complete out to Nick Robinette. Nick tackling Nick on the play. Robinette's 4th catch of the season. He'll split out wide right here on this next play here on 3rd down and 6 at the St. Francis 22. St. Francis did get a first down on their drive, but it stalled out. Tried a field goal attempt. It was blocked and returned into St. Francis territory. One first down already here for Lawrence Tech. They're going to keep it on the ground here on 3rd and 6. Nice cut back, but there to put an end to the play after a minimal gain was T.J. Neal, the senior out of Joliet West, to make the stop. It's going to bring up 4th down for LT. How's their kicking game? They have not tried a field goal yet this year, but with the ball on the 21-yard line, looks like they're going to give it a go here. A 38-yard try from Vince Robison, the sophomore out of Ann Arbor, Michigan. The ball will be on the left hash for the right-footed kicker. Awkward angle. We'll see if the sophomore can hit his first field goal. The kick is on the way, not blocked this time. Plenty of leg, and it is good. From 38 yards out, LT puts the first points on the board. It is 3-0 over St. Francis. Doing what St. Francis couldn't do and make use of the kicking game. It's a weapon if you got it, and it sure makes life a little bit more difficult offensively when you don't. And Madej, who's been a fantastic kickoff guy, great punter, but through his time here with St. Francis, struggling a little bit to get the ball through the uprights when he's gotten those opportunities through field goals. We'll see Carl Bew coming out for the second time. It's exciting to see him get some playing time. St. Francis, the number 17 team in the country, but obviously a lot different without Sam Tumulty under center. Again, I still think he's probably available if they need him as he nurses a bit of a lower body injury. Carter Dixon out of Fort Wayne puts his right foot into it to get his back underway after the field goal. A return from Tumulty coming from the 10 all the way out to the numbers right, but he's going to bring it all the way to the numbers left at the 20. Upfield and spinning at the 25. Finally pushed out at the 26. Some more extracurricular activity here on the LT sideline with Scott Tumulty right in the mix of it. Get a remote play-by-play broadcast, something we've never tried here before, and I'll be honest, not a huge fan of it. Would have loved to have gotten up to Michigan, but with two TV crews and they're in the midst of building out their facility there, it just didn't make much sense to go up there and not be guaranteed a spot. So we're going to do our best here for you, even if it sounds a bit different. If you're listening on our YouTube channel, we appreciate that. Of course, everyone in Joliet listening on 88.7 WCSF, we appreciate you tuning in for some Saints football here today. Unfortunately, no stats either. I can't find our live stats from Lawrence Tech. Here's our second drive of the game. He's going to keep it on the ground for Gavin Day up the left sideline before he's rudely grabbed by the jersey and thrown out of bounds. A gain of around 4 or 5. First touch of the day for Gavin Day. Redshirt freshman had a nice opening week against Waldorf. We're at 13 carries, 31 yards, and his first touchdown. Does have one catch out of the backfield as well. New offensive lineman coming in for St. Francis as well. Peyton Bogie going out at left tackle. Coming into the game, well, number 63. I would love to tell you who 63 is, but I don't have a 63 on my roster for St. Francis. Bew takes the snap. He's going to hand off again. Keenan Haley this time off the right side, right behind the guard and tackle. Some more extra. It's nice job by St. Francis not getting baited into it that time, but some Lawrence Tech players kind of getting a bit aggressive after the whistle, not getting up off the pile when you feel they should. So, but a good job by St. Francis not getting drawn into that. Pickup was 6. It is now 3rd and 2 for St. Francis. Their second drive of the game. Blitz being shown by the Blue Devils. They bring some extra heat. They hand it off. It's going to be a first down for Bew. And there he goes. He breaks free. 20, 10, 5, touchdown, freshman Carl Bew. We talked about his athleticism, what he can do when a play breaks down. That's exactly what happened. Jet motion on the play. They fake it to the running back. LT fell for the fake, and off goes Carl Bew. Made one miss and then outran the rest of the LT defense. Nothing but green grass ahead of him. Welcome to St. Francis, number 13, the first touchdown for freshman Carl Bew out of Joliet West. Awesome moment for him. And the Saints take the lead 6-3. Extra point is money from Brian Madej. Make it 7-3. St. Francis with the win, or the lead so far. And let's not get ahead of ourselves with 6:05 left to go in the first quarter. And I think that's going to be the story of the game. And the defense figures things out, how to stop some of the passing attack from Lawrence Tech. I don't think this LT defense is going to have much success against St. Francis's offense. Too many weapons, too much speed. So it could be a high-scoring game. I believe the pregame discussion was we're at 40, 41 or so on the over-under. It might be pretty close. Brian Madej comes out to kick it off for USF. Braden will have our halftime show for us. We appreciate him for that. They do such a great job breaking things down pregame. They're going to talk about the game afterward as well, so we'll play that here on our YouTube channel. You can also listen if you're in the Joliet area to WCSF, or you can fire them up anytime. Onside kick here from St. Francis. A good bounce going to the boundary, and St. Francis is there. And it was Matthew Perry using all 6'3" of his frame to dive after that ball. St. Francis recovers the onside kick. An expertly kicked ball, got a huge bounce from Brian Madej, and it was Matthew Perry who was untouched, diving like Superman for the ball and making the play at the LT 40-yard line. Executed to perfection by the brown and gold. And Carl Bew and company will come out again on offense with a 7-3 lead. They will have it at the LT 40. Carl Bew in the shotgun. Haley to his left. I believe that's Scott Tumulty to his right. Takes the snap. They hand it off. Nope, it's Gavin. No, Bew kept it. I apologize. He tried to keep it himself going right. Only got about a yard or two there. Carl Bew, his first start as a true freshman, takes one to the house around 60 yards. .537 and counting here in the first quarter. A pretty young Lawrence Tech program. We'll talk more about that as time allows here, but Carl Bew will have it here on 2nd down and 8. He'll be in the shotgun. Haley left hip. Fumbled the snap, but able to pick it up, but they blow it dead. He must have been on a knee when he picked it up because it was just a fumble. We'll see if they give us a replay on that. It didn't look like he went down to a knee to pick up the fumbled snap, but they called it down, so it's going to be now 3rd down and 14. Joey Tumulty will run off the field. On comes Jason Hartsfield, the junior out of Bradley Bourbonnais. Bew yelling out at Hartsfield, instructing him where to go, what route to run here. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. Blitz being shown, but they're going to back off and a stoppage. It's going to be a delay of game on St. Francis, so 2 straight penalties for USF. It's going to bring them out to midfield. all the way back to the LT 49-yard line. 7-3. St. Francis with the lead early on here. 4.5 to go first quarter. Nick Jake is with you live from my basement studio. Hey, situations come up and you got to deal sometimes, and this is the best we can come up with to bring you some St. Francis football. Same look by the St. Francis offense on the ground here for Haley. He's able to push ahead for 5. Stopped on the play by Tom Lewis, the safety, the junior out of Warren, Michigan for LT. That's going to bring up 4th down, and on comes the punt unit for St. Francis. Penalties will be a drive killer for you. St. Francis with 13 penalties this season through the first 2 games for 141 yards. Lawrence Tech, though, had 13 penalties last week. Well, they had 13 penalties each of the first 2 weeks for 189 yards of penalty yards. So St. Francis wants to clean it up, but LT's been plagued by penalties. But I haven't seen it so far here in this first quarter. Good snap back to Bryan. Nice punt, angled right. Fair catch called for and made at the 10-yard line by Lawrence Tech's Jaden Remberts. Here comes Osman again. Starting quarterback Alex Osman, redshirt freshman out of Dearborn. So 2 freshman quarterbacks going at it here today. Osman's looked good. A couple of nice completions down. Again, no statistics available for this game, so hard to tell you exactly, but he has thrown his way into some first downs. He'll be backed up deep into his territory here, though. First down and 10 for Lawrence Tech at their 10-yard line after a nice punt. Yeah. Vontae Mitchell on the sideline looking over his team. Turn and give. Keeping it on the ground is Lawrence Tech, but no gain, maybe a loss, as Pat Stroja and Keemon Reese escort the running back out of bounds on the left sideline. Ball carrier Caleb Tabert, grad student out of Oxford, Michigan. He transferred in from Eastern Michigan University. They do give him 1 yard. 2nd down and 9. $14 on the play clock is Osman. Claps, takes the snap. He's going to look to throw. Quick pass out to the 15-yard line, but a nice solo tackle by Keemon Reese again. I don't think you can understate how well Keemon Reese and the other TIU transfers after that program folded. No more football at Trinity International. So a lot of those players went to other MSFA schools in the area. And now I can't speak on the other teams, but if we don't have the best Trinity International transfers that have come over with Keemon Reese and Matthew Perry at cornerback, I'd be surprised if TIU players are making impacts as much as them on other teams. Here we go on 3rd and 5 for Lawrence Tech at their own 14-yard line, and the first sack of the game comes from Mike Johnson. Busting down the wall to get to the quarterback one more time. Mike Johnson he now has 2.5 sacks, and he just split that A-gap, and Osman had nowhere to go, gave himself up, and Mike Johnson takes another sack. 2.5 now on the year, 10 tackles for the Midwest League first team All-American. Or honorable mention All-American. Punter for Lawrence Tech standing in the back of his end zone as St. Francis will get this one back with good field position. Punt is away from Dixon. Takes a huge Lawrence Tech bounce. Unbelievable. Look at it go. That will be a 76-yard net punt. More if you include the end zone that he was pinned back. And almost an 80-yard punt if you take a look at it. Holy smokes. You thought St. Francis would have good field position here, but it bounced and took a huge LT bounce all the way to the 24-yard line. He kicked that one out of the back of his own end zone. So I'm not sure what the official yardage is going to be. I think the line of scrimmage was the 5, so probably about a 70-yard kick, but he kicked it out of the back of his end zone. So you're talking almost an 80-yard punt in true yards. Holy smokes. St. Francis does have the football. 1st and 10 at their 24. Turn, give. Gavin Day. Nice hard run up past the 30-yard line. He'll pick up 7 or 8. Gavin Day, a nice addition. Redshirt freshman out of Brighton, Illinois. Southwestern High School. One of those small school running backs who given a chance here at the next level, and he is definitely making his name known. He's going to take a break here on this play as the senior comes back in, the JCA product, Keenan Haley. He's on the left hip of Bew. He'll take the snap right through the middle of the defense, and there goes Haley past midfield. First down, Saints up to the 47-yard line. A big run by Keenan Haley, his best run of the season. So far, the 2 big plays on the ground for St. Francis have been inside runs. Great blocking up front by the offensive line, but the speed to get away from the linebackers. And that's been a big issue for Lawrence Tech as well. And that's been stopping the opposing team's run game. They're giving up 4.2 yards per attempt. This carry on first down, though, for Keenan Haley goes nowhere. Nice stop on the play by Brody Snyder, the redshirt sophomore linebacker out of Bloomfield. Actually goes backward for a yard. 2nd down and 11 brings us to the end of our second quarter. Nick Jacobs, we're broadcasting live from my basement here today as the Saints are on the road here for Week 3, taking on the 1-1 Lawrence Tech Blue Devils. St. Francis looking for their 60th win under head coach Joe Curry. He's at 59 and 57. And if you're taking a look at the schedule, St. Francis on the road again in Indiana next week, taking on Taylor University, and then it's back at home on the last day of September. Homecoming against St. Xavier. And now that rivalry has been going on for a very long time, and it's been close the last few years, but I don't think Coach Curry and company would tell you it's a rivalry at this point. I think you have to win a few for it to be a rivalry, right? That's what they would tell you. And St. Francis, I believe it's been 18 seasons. I have to look back and check, but it's been nearly 2 decades since St. Francis has beaten St. Xavier. And it's been the conference championship, really, the last couple of seasons. St. Xavier's gotten the best of the Saints, but this is going to be a fun one. In the last couple of years, the St. Xavier-St. Francis game was the final game of the season, which added even more drama to it, right? Both teams went in undefeated in the conference final game. Winner goes to the playoffs. Winner gets the trophy. St. Xavier got them in a very tight game the last 2 years. So I know St. Francis players, coaches, and fans are looking forward to that game 2 weeks from now at Memorial Stadium there on Route 52 in Joliet. 15 on the clock, ready to get quarter number 2 underway. St. Francis with the lead, 7-3, and driving here after the first 2. Carl Bew in the shotgun as we flip sides of the field, right near midfield. 2nd and 11. Gavin Day, another try, but only there to pick up a yard. Makes it 3rd down and 10, trying to establish the run. Make sure you stay tuned at halftime. Give me a break here. Braden will take over from the WCSF studios in Joliet with a bit of a halftime show for us. Carl Bew, hands on his hips, looking to his left over to the St. Francis sideline to get the play. Everyone's on the same page. Gavin Day will be on the left hip of Bew here. 3 wide receivers, 2 right, 1 left, ball right in the middle of the field at the 48-yard line. Blitz shown, but they back it off. They're rushing 4. Bew, plenty of time, fires in the middle of the field looking for Joey Tumulty. Threw it at his feet, however, and incomplete. And Joey Tumulty will have to run off the field. Looks like he may have hurt his hand on the play. Joey, the youngest of the Tumulty trio, brings up 4th down for St. Francis. They're going to have to punt it away again. Good snap back to Bryan. Kicks a boomer right side, fielded at the 6. The return's on for LT, out of bounds around the 14-yard line. A 8-yard return for Jaden Rembert, and on comes the Lawrence Tech offense again behind redshirt freshman Alex Osman. The flag is on the field here. Officials meeting to discuss. Personal foul is going to go against Lawrence Tech this time. No offsetting penalty this time as well. It's going to be half the distance to the goal, I believe, at the end of the run. Oh, I think it was actually the penalty came on the snap and punt. It wasn't on the return. I couldn't exactly see what happened, but that's where the flag was located. Looks like Mauricio Jenkins, the one called, the redshirt senior tight end. Oh, you know what? That's gonna if the penalty was on the snap and kick, that's gonna be a first down for St. Francis. It was not on the return. It was on the kick. So you had the 15 yards. St. Francis will get new life here offensively inside the 30-yard line. Or the 34-yard line, pardon me. First down, Saints. Tumulty in motion. Bew fakes it to Tumulty. He'll keep it himself. Left side, carrying some Blue Devils all the way to the yard-to-gain line, and a first down for St. Francis. Carl Bew moving the chains with his legs. Nice option play for Carl. Decided to keep it. He scored a touchdown on that play last quarter and picks up a first down with it here. Keenan Haley along with James Zillinger in the game. Two running backs on each side. Fake again. Bew wants to keep it, calling his own number up to the 21-yard line. Before the Blue Devils come crashing down, he'll pick up 3 or 4. James Williams, pardon me, not Zillinger. James Williams in getting some of his first minutes of the season. He'll take a step off. Another receiver onto the field for St. Francis. Joey Tumulty and Jason Hartsfield to the right. Dezion Jordan split wide left with the ball on the left hash here for St. Francis, looking for their second touchdown of the game. Second down and 9, 12:40 to go, first half, and a timeout called by St. Francis. Timeout called, 12:36 to go here in the first half. It is 7-3, St. Francis on top of Lawrence Tech. St. Francis made a big jump in the coaches' poll since the preseason. They were preseason number 24 after 2 victories, bumped up to number 17. There are 5 total MSFA teams in the top 25, led by Indiana Wesleyan at number 5 out of the Mideast. Marion, Indiana is at number 6, also out of the Mideast. St. Xavier ranked number 15. They actually lost to Indiana Wesleyan, the number 5 team in the nation, by 1 score. It was a 28-21 game, and then dropped them 2 spots. St. Francis at number 17, and then Concordia, Michigan out of Ann Arbor. They were receiving votes in the preseason, but after going 2-0, they are now ranked number 21. So 3 teams out of the Mideast in the top 25, 2 out of the Midwest. Here we go. Second down and 9 for St. Francis. Bew takes a snap, rolls left, wants to throw it, and he is taken down behind the line. He did get rid of it. It will go incomplete. No intentional grounding. There was a receiver in the vicinity. And Bew held on to that ball a little bit too long. Probably wanted to get rid of it to Dan Getch a little bit quicker, but Nice job by Devon Isaac, the defensive end, putting the pressure on the freshman quarterback for St. Francis. Devon Isaac, the leader in tackles for a loss with 3.5, has 2.5 sacks, 12 tackles, 2 forced fumbles for that junior defensive end for LT. 3rd down and 9 now for St. Francis. Ball left hash. Buse pass is tipped in the air and intercepted. It was batted by one of the defensive linemen, and it was in the air for what felt like eternity, and a flag came in as well. Another penalty. Now, is the penalty on the return or is the penalty on the pass? That is the big question. I think it was a late hit after the play, so we'll have to watch our officials here. Yeah, dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct again. Lawrence Tech again. They just can't get out of their own way. They do get the interception. So Carl Bue throws his first pick. It was a deflected ball at the line that was deflected 20 feet in the air and just happened to fall. Nice play by the nose tackle. He was looking for Tumulty, but then it fell right into the hands of Lawrence Tech. Easiest pick they're going to get. And then, again, the extracurricular activity, unnecessary after the play, will cause them 15 yards. But Lawrence Tech will have the ball chasing 4 here. St. Francis up 7-3, 12:26 to go in the first half. On comes the LT offense. They're going to be back at their 10 after the penalty. They are one of the most penalized teams in the nation, and it looks like it's going to remain that way with the way things are going here. Snap back to Osman. Play action. Firing deep. Right side. Has a man. It is tipped at the very last second by Matt Perry. That had big play potential for Jaden Rembert. But Matthew Perry, again, using that long 6'3" frame, able to poke it away just before the ball fell into the hands of Rembert. Great play from his cornerback spot for number 11, Matt Perry. Local kid out of Country Club Hills. Part of the caravan of Mount Carmel before going to Trinity International. TIU folds up and, hey, we'll take Mount Carmel kids any chance we get. Or Providence kids. Or JCA kids. It's such a great football program. Or Plainfield North or Minooka. Oh, fumbled snap. Hand off, but a little bit of room on the outside for the running back, and he's going to get a first down and more. Races on the sideline, breaks the tackle. Tumulty's going to have to chase him down. He does inside the 20-yard line. Another huge play. This one is C.J. Davidson, his biggest carry of the season. On a broken play, the ball was fumbled on the snap, but Osman able to pick it up, hand it off to Davidson, a nice block, and raced up the sidelines. He beat Cooper and Scott Tumulty using sprinter's speed to chase him down around the 11-yard line. We talked about the big play potential from this Blue Devil offense, and we got another one there. The first time, though, this season it's come on the ground. They will put the ball at the 14-yard line. First down and 10 at the Saint 14 for LT. 7-3 Saints, 11.5 to go in the first half. Snap back to Osmond. Same play this time, but bottled up is Davidson at the line of scrimmage. He'll fall forward for 2. Pardon me, ball carrier on that play as they focus in on the quarterback, Osmond. I thought it was Davidson. Nice crowd, good atmosphere out there at Lawrence Tech. Ball carrier was, there we go, Ben Britton, number 5, the redshirt junior. He's in the game right to the left of Osman. They're going to have some motion left to right. Play action to Britton. Osman, plenty of time. Everyone forgot about the cornerback, and he will slide at the 6 Everyone on the Saints defense thought he handed that ball off. And why wouldn't you? Because Osman never really carried the ball. I think the entire offensive line went that way too. And Alex Osman, the quarterback, was left all alone. There wasn't a body within 10 yards of him. He decided to run, not very fleet of foot, but was able to pick up significant yards to make it 3rd and 2. Everyone forgot about the quarterback with the ball, even his offense. 3rd down and 2 with 10 minutes to go in the first half. Ball at the Saint 8. Here comes the blitz. Osman to throw. Going for the pylon. It is caught but out of bounds. Right near the boundary. He had 1 foot inbounds, but 1 foot out of bounds. It was a great throw and a nice catch, but as we take a look at the replay one more time, that ball was, they really slowing down here on the slow-mo. It was leapt for, caught, and the left foot came down right out of bounds. So nice call by the official. A great catch, but just out of bounds. Would have been a spectacular play. Brings up 4th down. The field goal kicker is on the field for LT. Snap good, hold down, kick up, and through. 2 field goals for Lawrence Tech. They draw within a point. It is 7-6 now. The Saints with the 1-point lead, trying to get the offense going under true freshman Carl Bew. Sam Tumulty out with injury today. He is dressed. I believe I did see him on the sideline. He is dressed in pads. But with, St. Xavier looming 2 weeks away and a game that, at least on paper, you think St. Francis should go out there and win, putting the freshman quarterback out there for his first start seemed like a pretty good idea, and looks like the coaching staff agreed. So through the first quarter and a half-ish of Carl Bew's St. Francis career, he's been pretty good. A big run to score on an option play that he kept and just bursted like a lightning bolt through the middle. A couple long passes as well. Haven't led to any points through the air, though. Carter Dixon for LT, ready to kick it off after the field goal. Nice job by St. Francis defense to hold. Bending but not breaking so far. That kick will go 2 yards deep into the end zone, but Tumulty wants a chance at it. Here comes Scott with some room out to the 30. Nice return to the 32-yard line. They're trying to punch that ball out, but Scotty's got his grip on it. Again, laying on that pile a little bit longer than you'd like to see. No flags this time, though. Nice return by Tumulty. Good decision. Brings it out past the 30 for his offense. Carl Bew and company coming out once more. St. Francis 2-0 so far this season, looking to go 3-0 for the first time in a long, long time. I believe 2014 was the last time St. Francis went 3-0. They ended up 4-7. And contrarily, like last year, they started 0-2, but finished the year as they finished the year rattling off 7 wins in a row, which was a record. So don't let a slow start fool you, and don't let a fast start fool you, because it can go south pretty quick. Carl Bew in the shotgun here, 1st and 10 at his own 32. On the ground for Gavin Day. Turns up the edge at the numbers. He dove forward, maybe a yard or two. Nothing too significant for number 43. Day will be on the right hip of Carl Bew again. 9:11 to go and counting in the second quarter. 2nd and 9 for St. Francis. They're leading at 7-6 on the road today. Gavin Day, nothing left, nothing right. And he'll go backward for 2 yards. Nice pursuit by that defensive line for Lawrence Tech. 3rd down and 10 for St. Francis. Peyton Bogie back in at left tackle after leaving with an injury earlier in the game. Three wide receivers. Low snap. Bew handles it. Has to scramble and another sack. Something's going on with that St. Francis offensive line because they are allowing quite a bit of pressure on the freshman quarterback here. Right off the edge and making the play was Donald Dillon. Dillon, the junior out of Kenwood, and wouldn't you know it, one of those TIU transfers we were talking about. Actually created a fumble last week against Ave Maria that sealed the win. It was a 2-point victory for Lawrence Tech last week. Well, I guess 2 weeks ago, their last game. They had a bye last week. Ave Maria was driving with a chance to win the game with a field goal before Dillon caused the fumble to seal the victory for the Blue Devils, and there's going to be a penalty on St. Francis. It's going to be a false start. On the punt. Going to make Brian Madey's job just a little bit harder here. Tell you what, Lawrence Tech is coming out playing very hard today. Penalties are an issue so far still. Haven't put the ball in the end zone, but their defense is playing hard. Offensive line for St. Francis has got some things they need to figure out. Madey with his heels on the 3-yard line to try to punt this one away. Still some confusion here on the punt unit. The snap is a good one, though. Angle kick right. Takes a huge St. Francis bounce, but wisely picked up, and the return is on for Lawrence Tech all the way to the 40-yard line of the Saints. And a flag comes out. What a smart play by Bodie Thomas. That took a huge St. Francis hop, and if he did not get his hands on it, that would have went back to the 20-yard line at least. But he was smart enough. He saw a nice high hop. It bounced right into his hands, and he was able to return it about 20 yards. But again, a flag on the play, and the officials talking about it at the spot where the play ended. So it's going to be an illegal block on the return. So LT will have it at first down, but not quite as good a field position as they would have had otherwise. Another penalty. Again, their statistic software is not working at the moment, so we don't have up-to-date statistics for you, but that's got to be at least a half a dozen penalties already. We got 7 minutes to go in the first half. Three wide receivers set for Lawrence Tech. Osman in the shotgun, 2 wide receivers, 1 on each hip. Ball on the left hash of the 37-yard line. So that's about a 22-yard penalty. Where if you figure where the play ended to where it is now, it should have been on the St. Francis 40-yard line, but now it's at their own 37. Osman takes the snap and hands off. Between the left guard and tackle, able to pick up about 7 yards on the play. Nice carry, again, by C.J. Davidson. Actually, they only give him 5 up to the 43. Same formation for Lawrence Tech. Davidson, the right hip of Osman. See if they play action to him again. 3-3 set. Stroja, Coleman, and Johnson along the front line for St. Francis. One of the backs goes in motion right. He'll take the screen pass, looking for some blocking. Making guys miss. It's going to be a first down for LT. Some hard-fought yardage past the 50-yard line. That was a gutsy catch and run for Lawrence Tech. Caleb Tolbert out of the backfield to get the screen pass and some nice blocking by the wide receivers and uncharacteristic missed tackles by St. Francis at pretty much all the levels. We saw Scott Tumulty miss a tackle. TJ Neal missed a tackle and a first down for Lawrence Tech. St. Francis 49 is the line of scrimmage for LT. 5:48 to go, first half, 7-6, St. Francis. St. Francis will bring an extra guy on the ground. Davidson picks up 9 on the carry before TJ Neal and Franciscovich able to put an end to the play. Devon Bentley, the ball carrier. Pickup of 9, 2nd and 1 now at the St. Francis 40, back where the kickoff or the punt return originally ended. So they got their penalty yards back with some nice running and yards after catch. 2nd down and 1 for the Blue Devils. Osman in the gun, running back left hip, 4 wide receivers. Blitz from St. Francis. Can't get there, gets the ball out, and it is incomplete. Looking across the middle of the field, had a guy open. Kwaku Apia, the defensive back, closest by the receiver. That ball was just overthrown a bit. A good throw would have been a big gain for Lawrence Tech, but instead it's 3rd down and 1 at the St. 40. 4:54 to go, first half. 7-6 Saints. 3rd and 1 here for LT. Bentley on the left hip of Osman. They want to blitz, and here comes St. Francis. They're coming after him. They ran right into the blitz, and that's going nowhere. Did they get the 1 yard? I don't think they got it. I think it's going to be 4th and short. Good tackling on that play. Scott Tumulty getting up off the bottom of the pile. They needed a yard. They got 1.5 feet. So it's going to be 4th down and inches for Lawrence Tech with the offense on the field. Osman claps, who tried to get him to jump, didn't work. St. Francis, they all twitched a bit, but they didn't jump. They get the new play and a timeout. Blue Devils going to call a timeout. Big 4th down and inches play coming up here at the St. Francis 40-yard line with 4:03 left to go here in the second quarter. St. Francis leading it 7-6. We talked about how this Lawrence Tech program is relatively young. Well, the program actually dates back to the 30s, but it was shut down for a time. The program rebooted in 2018, a limited schedule under Jeff Duvendeck. The first varsity schedule was played in 2019. The current head coach, Avante Mitchell, was the defensive coordinator at the time. Duvendeck left the program there in 2019 to coach offensive line at St. Thomas. Avante Mitchell promoted to D.C., from D.C. to head coach. Yeah, LT had a football program from 1932 to 1946 before it took that 70-year hiatus. And they revived it, trying to turn Lawrence Tech into a strictly technological, institution into more of a traditional university, and athletics a big part of that. So that's why they brought not only football, but much of the other sports back as well. 4th down and 1. Here we go. Osman in the shotgun, 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, 1 on each side. Turn and give to the line. Down he goes. I don't think he got it. He went backward a foot. He did not get to that 41-yard line. That should be a turnover on downs from my point of view. We have not had the official indication, though, but it looks like it's going to be a turnover. Yep, the ball is resting back on the 40. That is a loss. There should be no reason to bring the chains out. You needed to get to the 41, so that does not look good. They got a nice close-up of the ball on the yard line, and now, yes, the offense will come out for St. Francis. The defense makes a nice stand to give the ball back to Carl Bew and company with 3:39 to go. Four minutes to go here in the first half. A nice defensive stand for St. Francis. We'll see if they can put their second touchdown on the board, get this offense moving a little bit. I'm going to start with 4 wide receivers, ball on the right hash of the 40. Bew in the shotgun. 3 wide receivers left, 1 right. They will rush 4 defensively. Haley, the ball carrier, only able to get a yard. Trying to get off of Peyton Bogie in the left tackle there. If you're joining us, Sam Tumulty out with an injury today. I believe, I don't quote me on it, but I believe I saw him suited up on the sideline. But I believe they're just being cautious, and Carl Bew getting his first start of his career. He's in the shotgun here on 2nd down and 9. Haley on his right hip, same formation, but ball on the left hash. Snap is low. Carl's going to take it himself. Bouncing outside, up the hash marks. Great pursuit, only there for about 2 yards. That's going to bring up 3rd down and 7 for the Saints. Unable to really run the ball with much success outside of the one big home run from Carl Bew. Yards have been hard to come by. And with 3rd down and 7, a timeout called again, the second timeout called by Lawrence Tech. Seven, 6, St. Francis, 3:13 to go. It'll be 3rd and 8 for the Fighting Saints. Appreciate y'all listening here on the YouTube channel, bringing you the audio-only broadcast, respecting the rights of the home team for the video. But with the way this season's going, turning out to be a special one so far, we're going to bring you all the stories, all the games from the St. Francis point of view, one way or another. And we appreciate everyone listening in Joliet on 88.7 WCSF, where Braden is standing by. He'll give us a halftime show. Not too many highlights in this one so far. We've had more fireworks than the first 2 games, but still a lot to talk about with the Saints, with the MSFA, and the NAIA, and across college football. Timeout's over. 3rd down and 8 here for St. Francis. 3:13 to go in the half. They have a 1-point lead. 2 field goals for Lawrence Tech. It's 7-6 Saints. 2 wide receivers on each side. Joey Tumulty motions and tried to check it down for a screen pass to Haley, but it was batted down at the line. Might have been a good thing, too, because the linebacker smelled that one coming a mile away, and it's going to be 4th down. Lawrence Tech will get the ball back with 2 minutes to go in the half, chasing a point. Blowing that one up was Dante Batten, the defensive end, a senior from Florida. Went unblocked, but was able to get his hand on the ball on the screen pass. Good snap back to Madej. High punt. Fair catch called for and made at the 25. 2-minute drill coming up for the Blue Devils back at their own 25-yard line. They'll have 2:26 to work with here in the first half. Ooh, maybe not. They just added time to the scoreboard here on their scoreboard. 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Apparently, how much time was left in the half? They must not have it synced to the scoreboard. Four wide receivers, so 3:04 left to go in the first half. Three wide receivers right, 1 left. Osman in the gun. Looking for the wide receiver screen. They got him on the outside. Makes 1 miss. Rest of the Saints come over and put him down after a 5-yard gain. Tackling a bit suspect for the St. Francis defense here in the first half. Something that we did not see in the first 2 weeks. 2:45 and counting in the half. 2nd down and 5. 2 wideouts left, 1 right. Got a tight end in there on the right side here for Osman in the shotgun. St. Francis will rush 3. Going deep left side and incomplete. Well overthrown. Jalen Cooper there on defense. Intended receiver was Nick Robinette. That ball wasn't even close on the overthrow. That'll stop the clock at 2:28. 3rd and 4 now to go for Lawrence Tech. Devon Bentley back in at running back for LT. He'll be on the right hip of Osman. Here on 3rd down and 4 with 2:28 to go in the half. Back to Osman. Inside screen pass to Bentley, but he's hit right away. He will get about a yard or two, but it's going to bring up 4th down. And with the field position the way it is, you figure they should punt this one away on 4th down and 2 back at their own 34-yard line. And indeed, the special teams unit will come on for Lawrence Tech. And that'll give Carl Bew and company about 2 minutes to try to add to this 1-point lead. It's 7-6 St. Francis. About 2 minutes to go here in the first half. St. Francis at the top of the Midwest League standings right now at 2-0. Nobody's played a conference game yet in the Midwest, though. Olivet Nazarene, Roosevelt, St. Xavier all 1-1. Judson's 0-1. St. Ambrose, who's played a tough schedule, including some D2 schools, sits at 0-3. Punt unit on. I don't think they would try to fake it here at this field position with 2 minutes to go. You don't want a failed fake to lead to an extremely short field. The defense has been playing well for the Blue Devils, so you expect them to punt this one away. And they do. High-angled punt right. It's going to go out of bounds. They actually kicked that one 15 yards out of bounds, so the spot's going to be around midfield. Yep. They're going to put the ball right at the 50-yard line for St. Francis. The previous punt for Lawrence Tech went almost 80 yards. This one is a net of about 30. As Matt McCarthy addresses his offense and what he wants to do here in the final 2:12 of the half with a 50-yard field. That's a gift from Lawrence Tech. Let's see if Carl Bew and company can unwrap it and take advantage. Freshman Peyton Norton starting at center here today as well. Snap back to Bew. They're going to hand off to Haley. Pick up 4 yards on the inside run. Nice tackle made by Matt Plaga, the redshirt senior out of Haslett, Michigan, a linebacker. Second on the team in tackles with 12 coming into today. Actually give him 3. So 2nd down and 7. They need to get to the LT 40-yard line for a first down. Under 2 minutes to go here in the first half. 2 running backs, 2 receivers. Both of them split out wide right. Haley again looking for the edge. Shoulder down. He's going to be awful close to the yard to gain line. But he went out of bounds to stop the clock at $1:30. It will be enough to move the chains. First down, Saints at the Lawrence Tech 40 now with 91 seconds to go. Jake Friddle, the tight end, into the game. Gavin Day will step out, as will Dezion Jordan. Looks like they want to run. Oh, no, sorry. Dezion Jordan will go just split off wide left. Thought he was running off the field, but just taking his position, split out wide. Keenan Haley will be on the left hip of Bew. 6 foot 190, Carl Bew. Looks bigger than that. Here's the snap to Carl. He's looking to throw. He's going to go deep left side for Jordan. Up and makes the catch inside the 10. Out-battled the cornerback in a big play. Makes it 1st and goal with a dime thrown by Carl Bew. Oh, was that pretty? That was a perfect throw to Dezion Jordan. Another big play by number 3. And it sets him up inside the 10 at the 5-yard line. 1st and goal at the 5 for the Saints. Leading 7-6 here in the waning minute of our first half. Bew in the gun. Look for a run here. They're just going to say quarterback keeper, left side, looking for the pylon. He won't get there, but he will pick up 3. It's going to be 2nd and goal at the 2. That's a play they run for Sam Tumulty often. how nice is it that Carl Buell can come in and they really don't have to change the playbook very much? It was a quarterback lead, and Scott Tumulty's in the game, and Coach Avante Mitchell's like, nope, timeout. I think it's shocked him. LT's going to take their last timeout. Scott Tumulty came on the field, and the camera crew had a shot of the LT bench, and literally everyone on the bench was pointing, look who's in the game. I think everyone knew Scott could get the ball. I mean, he very well could be a decoy, but he also very well could get the football, and he's already scored a touchdown this season. Nice showing by the Lawrence Tech student section. Second down and goal with the ball at the 2-yard line. I think you run the same play. Quarterback lead. Let him just follow a blocker into the end zone. How about a glacier formation? Put an offensive lineman in there at fullback. Here come the Saints. 80 seconds to go in the game. Second down and goal, the 2-yard line. Scott Tumulty is on the left of Buell. Will Scott get the ball, or is he a decoy? Two tight ends in the game, both on the left-hand side of the line. They give to Scott. Sweep right, shoulder down, runs over the linebacker. Touchdown, Saints. Oh, did Scott Tumulty lay a hit as the offensive player on that linebacker? Oh, what a run by Scott Tumulty, his second touchdown of the season. Tumulty sweeping to the right, great blocking on the right side, and he put a punishment onto Andrew Perkins. The safety tried to come up and make the play, but Scott Tumulty would not be denied. Extra point is good. Saints extend the lead 14-6. The defense with a huge stand on their last drive, allowing the offense to get back on the field at the end of this half. Great team effort here in the second quarter by St. Francis. 14-6 now the score. My name's Nick, coming to you live from my basement studio today. A little remote play-by-play as the press box a bit occupied up at Lawrence Tech today. Some special TV crews coming in. So instead of fighting for position up there, we're going to try it this way. 1:14 left to go here in the first half. It's 14-6. Wish we can give you some live stats, but unfortunately we can't. That is not available to us from the LT staff. Madej on to kick it off after the touchdown. High pooch kick will be taken by one of the upbacks for Lawrence Tech at the 30. Did he make a fair catch? Because they blew the play dead. Oh, he did. I guess he waved his hand in the air. And that's one of the benefits of why you do something like that, why you just kick it high and short, is because you put the responsibility of a kick return into a player who is not used to that. And with everything going on, it can get confusing. Mistakes can be made either with catching the ball or going, following your blockers. There could be mistakes made there. So you put a little pressure on kids who aren't used to that responsibility. And sometimes it works out for you. Well, still got time in the half here for Lawrence Tech. Osman will be in the shotgun with 1:11 to go in the half. The lead is 8 for St. Francis. 14-6. 2 field goals for LT. They have been kept out of the end zone. Bit of a delay here to get this drive started. Here we go. Osman in the gun. 2 wide receivers right, 1 left. Here comes pressure by the Saints. He gets it off in time, and it is caught, but was he inbound is the question. Didn't look like it to me, but they say he was. That's a heck of a catch by Jaden Rembert. To get those feet down inbounds was a very nice play by Rembert, a junior out of West Bloomfield. The ball right at midfield now with 1:09 to go. Great job by the quarterback, Osman, to get rid of that ball quickly. Saints will rush 5. Pressure's on. Osman hit as he's thrown. Down the middle, caught. And it is inside the 30. They go to their big tight end, Mauricio Jenkins, the 6'3", 230-pound senior, to make the play right in the middle of the field. They put the ball at the 24. First down and 10. Under a minute to go. First down for Lawrence Tech. Knocking on the door of the red zone. Osman looking to throw. Pressure coming. Steps up. Fires on the run. And incomplete. Looking again to the tight end, but he was out of bounds. We're getting a replay of the big pass. That's always been the soft spot of that St. Francis defense. The middle of the field, downfield. And that's exactly where the tight end found it for a big play. Second down and 10. Ball at the St. Francis 24-yard line. Osman looking. He's got 3 wide receivers left, 3 wideouts right, 1 left. Takes the snap from the left hash. Looking right, nothing there. Steps up in the pocket. Pressure comes, hit as he's thrown, and it's incomplete. Pressure applied and the hit applied by Carson Hansen out of Wilmington. Second on the Saints defense with 9 tackles. Now make that 10 and add another quarterback hurry to the stat sheet for number 22. Third down and 10 for Lawrence Tech at the 24-yard line of the Saints. 40 seconds to go in the half. No timeouts, though, for LT. St. Francis has 1 if they want to use it. Osman takes the snap. 3-man pressure. Firing, complete at the 19-yard line. And that is where the tackle will be, but they did get out of bounds. That's another missed tackle. We'll take a look at it one more time, but I believe it was Scott Tumulty who had his hands on the receiver around the hash marks. It was inside the numbers. I'm sorry, that was not Tumulty. That was Hansen again. If he would be able to tackle him immediately, the clock would be winding, but great work by the receiver to find his way out of bounds and stop the clock with 30 seconds. 4th down and 5, though, for the Blue Devils at the St. 20. Looking, middle of the field, wide open at the 10, diving down at the 2-yard line. First down and goal. This one goes to Jalen Wallace. 22 seconds to go. They're going to start the clock when the chains are set, but the offense is ready to go before that. Osman will clock it with 22 seconds to go. Another pass in the middle of the field. They are finding the soft spot in that zone defense for St. Francis, and Osman doing a fantastic job finding his receivers open. It's the level between the linebackers and the safeties are where all the success is coming for Lawrence Tech offensively. They haven't found the end zone yet, but they're 2 yards away with 20 seconds left to go in the half. 3 wideouts left, 1 slot right. A running back on the right hip of Osman. Will the St. Francis defense bend or break? And there comes the blitz. Come on, Reese. Like a lightning bolt, puts him down. 15 seconds and counting. They got to hurry back because you know the Blue Devils are. They're going to try to clock it here on 3rd down. We got 8 seconds to go. They're still trying to get set. 3, 2, the snap is off. Last play of the half. Check down into the flat and out of bounds, and that is where the half will end. Blue Devils threaten inside the 5-yard line, but the time ran out on them, and it is halftime. A big stop by Jalen Cooper to end the Blue Devil threat, and flags come in at the end of the play. Now, I'm not sure, will that extend the half? They're going to say no. They're going to say that it is halftime. I think so it was a dead ball. It was another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on Lawrence Tech. So it is halftime. The players are making their way to the tent. But I guess it would have to be assessed on the kickoff to start the second half. Very strange way, but those unsportsmanlike and personal foul penalties are really racking up against Lawrence Tech. More importantly, though, the Saints with the lead here at halftime. They have not allowed a touchdown. It is 14-6 in the debut of freshman quarterback Carl Bew. We'll step away here, broadcasting the game. Braden waiting back in Joliet at the WCSF studios here in Joliet. Halftime, Saints lead at 14-6 over Lawrence Tech. It might be a minute before you hear Braden come on. I'm going to say that it is halftime. I think so it was a dead ball. It was another unsportsmanlike. Down. It is 14-6 in the day.
This is Braden Kidd back at the fourth floor of Tower Hall at the University of St. Francis. You're listening to Saints Radio, WCSF 88.7 FM, Joliet. And what a first half it was. Obviously, eating my words a little bit. Not exactly what I expected out of this Fighting Saints offense. But Carl Bew, so far, getting the job done. The biggest story of this half for me, and as much as I hate to admit my wrongness in my prediction, the offense, obviously, of this Fighting Saints team not being as dominant as what I personally expected. But the biggest takeaway for me is that LTU could ultimately be ahead in this game right now. And I believe and I'm not sure about this, as Nick Jacobs alluded to, no live stats for the game right now, but I've been trying to tally things up and keep as close of a count as I can. I believe that unsportsmanlike penalty at the end of the half made 4 unsportsmanlike penalties in the first half alone for this LTU team, and that's not even all their penalties. It was a penalty-filled half for LTU, and a couple of them were drive killers. The story of, and Nick Jacobs even said, like, easily one of the most penalized teams in the nation, and it is reeling its ugly head on this LTU offense. And just the team in general, the Saints have caught a lot of breaks here in the first half from these LTU penalties, and LTU is kind of biting themselves in the behind here with these penalties. And like, not enough can be said about it. You have to imagine that that's going to be something that's addressed by the coaching staff on the sidelines, in the locker room and during this halftime. It's got to come to a stop if LTU wants a chance to get back into this game. And it looked like they were going to make more of a game out of this. It obviously tightly contested here at the end of the first half, but it looked like they were going to make it even closer with that final drive there. I mean, I kind of suspected that last kind of minute or so would run off, but that LTU offense managed to run a solid 2-minute drill and get down into scoring position. Thank goodness for Kayvon Reese with the sack that ultimately seemed to spoil the drive. And obviously, I would say a little bit of poor clock management getting back up to the line following that sack, and ultimately the Saints defense ultimately able to get away no harm, no foul on that drive. But as Jake has alluded to, the middle of the secondary kind of partially downfield, the coverage has not been there for this Fighting Saints defense. And it's not something that I'm used to seeing. I feel like in these first couple of games, we've just seen better performance from this St. Francis secondary than what we've seen so far. But I mean, there are clearly, at least in this game, there have been holes in that secondary, and the LTU offense is finding ways to exploit it. I mean, in that last drive alone, we saw the big catches, or anyone listening here on Saints Radio, you heard about these big catches that set up what ultimately proved to be a harmless drive from LTU in that final drive of the half. But Jaden Rambert, Mauricio Jenkins both making big catches. A couple plays later, Jalen Wallace making a big catch to get them down to 2. And there are a lot of holes being exploited by the St. Francis defense. But taking that into account, though, with how many holes have been exploited in this St. Francis passing defense, still managing to only give up 6 points. You got to give credit where credit is due. This has been the most, arguably, that the St. Francis defense has been exploited, yet still coming away only giving up 6 points in the half. Obviously not as much offense as what I personally expected. I feel like the other predictions from the rest of the studio staff here, Alex, Jake, and Joe, obviously their predictions were a little more reasonable and valid probably than mine have turned out to be. But regardless, you had to expect a little bit of that. True freshman Carl Bew making his first ever start. You had to expect a little bit of nerves to show possibly, and just a little bit of getting acclimated to the environment of college versus high school ball. But it really didn't seem like there was going to be much acclimation time. I was left screaming here in the studio, listening to Nick Jacobs' call of Bew connecting big with Joey Tumblety on the first play. It was incredible. And I really see one of the biggest things that I want to see more of in this second half. Let Bew make those shots, because when he was allowed to make those shots, he was dropping absolute dimes. And I mean, besides that, you got to take that offensive line performance of the first half from the Saints into account when we talk about that, because we want Carl Bew to be able to make more of these big time throws downfield. He's dropping dimes on them. He's looking incredible in the midst of doing that, in the midst of hanging in the pocket, surveying your guys downfield, and making that smart decision. But the offensive line, the performance was not entirely there in that first half. And it shows in the run game. It shows in the passing game. Too much pressure is getting put on Carl Bew. If anything, we need extra protection to allow for a little bit of that inconsistency, which comes from the inexperience of it being his first start. We need this offensive line to have Carl Bew's back a little bit more than they did in the first half, which I have a feeling they'll get acclimated in the second half. We'll have better things to come, but going to need a little bit more of that, because Carl Bew, there is big time play potential it's evident there is big time play potential there for Carl Butte in this passing game. I mean, we saw it on that last Saints drive before that final Blue Devils drive of the half. Butte, the absolute dime to Dezion Jordan, setting up the first and goal, and ultimately Scott Tumulty, and I want to give a shout out to Tumulty, freaking trucking Andrew Perkins to get into the end zone. A power run to put the Saints up a little more comfortably heading into the half. I mean, the Saints offense, not what we have grown accustomed to seeing in the first couple of weeks. And I know they had their struggles last week, but ultimately came out swinging a little bit more in the second half last week with USF Indiana. But although not what we're accustomed to seeing and what our desires may be, they're finding ways to get the job done. And although I would love to see my prediction come to fruition, the 250 to 300 yard rushing game, which hey, you never know what could happen in the second half. I'll die on the hill for as long as I can with my prediction, but I guess you never know. And we saw that big run capability of Carl Butte, and even I have the video stream on in the studio as well. I'm following along as Nick Jacobs calls it, and the run from Carl Butte, the around 60-yard touchdown from Carl Butte, absolutely incredible. Fake handoff, made a man miss, and the burst of speed. And you have to see it to believe it. The burst of speed was unbelievable. And as soon as he broke free, it was nothing but grass ahead of him. Took it to the house with ease. We need the offensive line to come through to make more of those plays possible, because it looked pretty dang pretty, but at the same time, the holes need to be there in the LTU D line. And where does that start? That starts with the Saints blocking, and it hadn't really been there in the first half, so we need to look for a little bit of improvements there going into the second half. And then I absolutely loved the bold decision to onside kick after that touchdown. I really thought, and then goes on to recover it off an amazing bounce. I really thought we were going to get a lot of momentum going there, and I thought we were going to run away with it early. Obviously, that drive got shut down very quickly. The fumbled snap that was ultimately called a kneel down on Carl Butte. Personally, I didn't see it. I thought it was not the greatest call in the world, but it happened. And then the delay of game, just a few unfortunate turns of events, unable to take advantage of the onside kick, kind of killed the momentum there. But I like the bold play call there. I think we're calling plays just all around that are making the game manageable and making it so that Carl Butte can be efficient in this first half. And the pressure, I'm going to turn it back over to the defense. The pressure that we are giving them, that we are giving LTU, the quarterback pressure that we are doing in this game, it was incredible for the first 75% of the half. Obviously, the last drive going into the half, not the greatest thing in the world. Allowed for a few passes, a few deep passes that ultimately set up a drive that rendered to be harmless. But a lot of positives. There were a lot more positives than negatives. Just a little bit better coverage in the midfield from the secondary, and it almost seems like an unwinnable game for LTU if the defense continues to do what they're doing. It's not as pretty as it's been in previous games, but they're finding ways to hold them to points. Evidently, only the 2 field goals kicked by LTU, and that's it, just 6 points. So I'm going to send you guys into a break. When we get back, going to cover a little bit more of this Saints defense. You're listening to Saints Radio. Saints up on LTU over in Michigan, 14-6 right now. I will be back for the second part and the second half of this halftime show. And then after that, we're going to be sending it back to Nick Jacobs sometime within the next 10 minutes or so here. And we'll get you in for second half action. But for now, sending you into a break. I will be right back. And you are listening to Saints Radio. This is 88.7 WCSF Joliet.
From a sad event or a joyful one can leave us feeling adrift. Social connections are an important part of a healthy life. Being isolated and lonely can be harmful to your health. It can lead to high blood pressure, a greater risk of heart disease, and early onset dementia. So it's important to build and maintain connections to people, not just in your family, but others whose relationships bring meaning to your life. Trying a new hobby, volunteering, exercising, even using your phone or other device to stay in touch with others. All these can be great ways to keep up your social connections and your physical and mental well-being. Visit connecttoeffect.org to see if you're at risk of social isolation and find ways to get connected. Presented by AARP Foundation with support from United Healthcare.
Are you looking for more in this world? Are you ready for something bigger? Then we are looking for you. The big-hearted, the bold, the messy and the gutsy. The teachers, the growers, the builders. The skilled, the sharers, the change makers. We need you. We are the Peace Corps. In more than 60 countries, we go all in and all out. We are volunteers, partners, communities, working together, living together, bringing our experience, passion, and joy to building a better world together. From tackling climate change in Mexico to keeping kids healthy in Kenya, from sustainable farming in the Philippines to education in Kosovo. We learn more, give more, share freely, and serve boldly. Are you ready to tackle the tough stuff? To go the distance to make a difference? Then we have a place where you belong. Join us at peacecorps.gov.
I'm Naheem Hines, professional football player and proud supporter of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. My mom was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy when I was 14, and I watched her struggle. But MDA helped her get the best treatments and care, and they also help kids like my buddy Ethan.
My name is Ethan, and I'm 12 years old. Thanks to the Muscular Dystrophy Association and people like you, I have more hope than ever before. From day one, they've treated me like family at my local care center. MDA is the only one that funds over 150 care centers across the U.S. to help provide state-of-the-art care for adults and kids like me.
For over 70 years, MDA has been transforming the lives of people living with muscular dystrophy, ALS, and other related neuromuscular diseases. They fund the research for breakthrough treatments, care, and cures. And MDA provides support to thousands of families like mine and Ethan's in communities like yours. Thanks to MDA, kids and adults can live life to its fullest. Join us and learn more at MDA.org today.
Hey, son, how are you feeling?
I'm fine, Pops.
What's on your mind?
I can't explain it. Navigating without a compass, eyes waiting, started to wonder. Metamorphosis, the loss of who you thought you was.
When your kid can't find the language, help them find the lyrics. Listen to the Sound It Out album and get tips and tools to start a conversation at sounditouttogether.org. Brought to you by Ad Council and Pivotal Ventures.
Welcome back to the studio at the 4th floor Tower Hall at the University of St. Francis. You're listening to Saints Radio, 88.7 WCSF Joliet. And we got a good one here for you today, folks. If you're just tuning in, your Fighting Saints of the University of St. Francis leading the Lawrence Technological University Blue Devils 14-6 at the half. And the up front D-line of the University of St. Francis doing what they've needed to do to keep this Lawrence Tech borderline, I hesitate to say borderline explosive, but they've shown explosive capability with some of those those midfield short secondary passes that I mentioned earlier on in the halftime show. But the defensive line is keeping it in check. A lot of quarterback pressure presented in the first half. Showed a little bit of holes, though. Obviously, we had the big run from C.J. Davidson setting up the drive there. It was more towards the end of the second quarter, or a little earlier on in the second quarter, actually. But C.J. Davidson been very efficient for Lawrence Tech in this game. A little bit of holes being shown from the front defensive line of the Fighting Saints. But besides that, a lot of pressure being put on this Lawrence Tech team. Not a lot of opportunities being created for them. And for the most part, with the exception of those big plays, the secondary doing what they need to do, with a little bit of help as well from some missed passes. There were some missed passes in there for LTU, but it has mostly been that pressure that has kept them in check. On the third Blue Devils drive of the game, Mike Johnson getting a sack to force that 3-and-out in there. And a lot of 3-and-outs being forced by this Fighting Saints offense. It hasn't been all explosion from Lawrence Tech. It hasn't been all I guess I'll put it as lucking out for this Fighting Saints defense. They have done what they need to do, and they earned the fact that Lawrence Tech only has 6 points on the board. And I would argue that across these first 3 games, this has been the grittiest performance that I've seen from the perspective of having to kind of deal with things as they come on the fly for this USF defense, because it has not all been pretty. In these previous games, it's been pretty beautiful for this USF defense. A lot of sunshine and rainbows in the first couple of games. There have been some holes that have been exploited in this game, and I would be willing to bet it came as somewhat of a shock. It's certainly coming as a bit of a shock to me, but they're finding ways around it. Mike Johnson, only a little bit into the second quarter, already having 2.5 sacks. He's finding ways to this defense is just finding ways to get the job done. Continuously applied pressure, as I've alluded to, and they're forcing this Lawrence Tech offense to have to work for it. And I would hope and I would imagine that Carl Bu's gotten into a bit of a groove now. This offense is going to get it going a little bit. As I alluded to earlier in the halftime show, we need a little bit better offensive line performance, but I would be willing to bet this offense gets into a little more of a groove. I mean, we saw it last week, not so much with the offensive line as is happening this game, but they went into the half last week only up 3-0. Not much pretty stuff going on in the first half of last week's game, but came out in the second half, offense looking a lot better, able to put 14 more points on the board and come away with that 17-0 victory against USF of Indiana. So I'm crossing my fingers that it's more of the same today, and I would be willing to bet that it's more of the same, especially considering the true freshman quarterback in there, Carl Bu, and it's hard for me to envision him not coming out in the second half looking a little more confident. And if you're Carl Bu, you got to take a look at the scoreboard. You're up 14-6, and it's largely because of a lot of big plays that you've made. This offense has pretty much centered around Carl Bu. I mean, there were a couple big runs in there from USF running backs, Gavin Day, Keenan Haley. There were a couple real nice. I believe it might have been Keenan Haley who had like a 20-yard run in there somewhere. But the offensive centerpiece has been Carl Bu in this game, and it might not be as pretty as what it could have been or what it has been in previous weeks with Tumulty, but Carl Bu is kind of posing the same threat, and it seems like Lawrence Tech senses that. And I can't not admit to the fact that I really like the addition of these kind of deep threat shots, or just this deep threat aura of USF today. kind of been mentioning it throughout the halftime show. He's throwing absolute dimes. He hasn't missed much. I remember one pass throwing it at the feet of his receiver, but besides that, Carl Bew has been on the dot when the offensive line has given him a bit of time, survey his options. He's been able to make stuff happen. And I really haven't seen too much of that with Sam Tumulty trying to run all over the place. But it's been going well to this point, and I'm expecting more good things to come. With that, the game is getting back underway, so we are going to send it back to you in just a moment here to Nick Jacobs, and we're going to get you back to the play-by-play for the second half. I will be back with you during the post-game. This has been Braden Kidd. This has been Saints Radio. This has been the Saints Radio Halftime Report. We're sending it back to Nick Jacobs in just a moment here. You're listening to Saints Radio, WCSF 88.7 FM, Joliet.
I'm Naheem Hines, professional football player and proud supporter of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. My mom was diagnosed with muscular dystrophy when I was 14, and I watched her struggle. But MDA helped her get the best treatments and care, and they also help kids like my buddy Ethan.
My name is Ethan, and I'm 12 years old. Thanks to the Muscular Dystrophy Association and people like you, I have more hope than ever before. From day one, they've treated me like family at my local care center. MDA is the only one that funds over 150 care centers across the U.S. to help provide state-of-the-art care for adults and kids like me.
For over 70 years, MDA has been transforming the lives of people living with muscular dystrophy, ALS, and other related neuromuscular diseases. They fund the research for breakthrough treatments, care, and cures. And MDA provides support to thousands of families like mine and Ethan's in communities like yours. Thanks to MDA, kids and adults can live life to its fullest. Join us and learn more at mda.org today.
Welcome back to football. Thank you very much to Braden Kidd at the WCSF studios for the halftime reports. 14-6 as we are underway in the second half of week number 3. We do have some halftime stats we can go over. We are underway. Saints, actually, if we rewind back to the end of that first half, there was an unsportsmanlike penalty. We thought it was on LTU, but it was actually on St. Francis. So the Blue Devils actually performed the opening kickoff of the half from the 50-yard line. It was returned out to the 30 by Scott Tumulty. They did get a first down, but then ended up punting. And as it sits right now, a couple seconds, about a minute or so into our third quarter, LTU with the football. Taking a look at some of those halftime numbers, though. St. Francis put up 30 plays for 191 yards, but they are getting outgained by Lawrence Tech, 203 total yards. 91 of them on the ground, 112 of them through the air for the Blue Devils. For St. Francis, 23 carries, 123 yards on the ground, and 68 yards through the air. We'll take a look at those penalties, too, because I thought it was worse, to be honest with you. Just 3 penalties for Lawrence Tech for 35 yards, all unsportsmanlike, I believe. 4 penalties on St. Francis, 1 more than Lawrence Tech, but only 19 yards of penalty yardage there. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go on through the game as well. As it sits right now, game situation, St. Francis leads at 14-6. LTU's first possession here of the second half. It is second down and 8. Alex Osman, the starting quarterback, with a play action, pitches it out to the left side. Nice yards after catch. Will pick up a first down for the Blue Devils. Again, into the trusty hands of Jalen Wallace, who's been pretty good in that first half. Jalen Wallace now with 5 catches, over 50 yards. And it's even cool they keep track of those yak numbers, those yards after catch. He's got over 10 of those as well. For St. Francis, Carl Bew is the leading rusher. 8 carries for 75 yards and a 65-yard touchdown. Keenan Haley's carried it 7 times for 43 yards. Gavin Day, 5 for 15. Through the air, Carl Bew's been very, very good. He's got 106 yards through the air, including a long of 39 yards. Back in action here. It's second down and 10 after the first down play goes for no gain. 14-6 Saints, a couple minutes into our third quarter. Alex Osman performing well. He's certainly found the soft spots in that 3-3 stack defense of the Saints. And that is the look that they give here. Corners are about 9 yards off the receivers. Safeties about 10 yards off as well. They're going to blitz some linebackers, though. And they run right into it. Scott Tumulty puts Davidson on his back after a gain of about 2 or 3 on the play. It's going to bring up 3rd down and 2 for the Blue Devils. Their opening possession of the third quarter, pardon me. Carl Bew not really asked to do too much. He's 2 for 7 with an interception in that first half. Here's the 3rd down and 1 play for LTU. Play action. Osman downfield, going deep, has a man, but is just overthrown and incomplete. Would have been a touchdown, but it was just about a yard in front of Jalen Rembert, and he couldn't track it in. He beat his man on the outside on the post route. It fell incomplete. Good thing if you're the Saints, that brings up 4th down. But now the question is, it looks like they're going to go for it here. 4th down and 1. They're at their own 42. And if they don't get it, the Saints are going to have an extremely short field here. The Saints held on the previous 4th down try for the Blue Devils. Let's see if they're just going to try. Nope, they're going to play it. Oh, but a whistle. It's going to be a false start. I think they tried to get the St. Francis defense to jump, but instead one of the offensive linemen for the Blue Devils did the jumping. Now definitely have to put the punt unit on. Carter Dixon coming on one more time. It'll be his 4th punt, averaging 40 yards because he had one that was 70 yards net in the first half. It was actually longer than that because he kicked it out of the back of his end zone, but it was a 70-yard net punt. That might go down as one of the longest punts in the nation by the time this season's over. Another good one, but Tumulty will return it starting from his own 30, but he's going backward. Flag comes out. Probably going to be a hold against St. Francis. Might as well run out of bounds because it doesn't matter. You don't mind Tumulty taking a bit of a risk, and another flag comes down in front of the St. Francis bench as well, so I believe we have 2 penalties on the play. Let's see who I'm sure the first one's going to be a hold on St. Francis. Let's see what that second one is, the interesting one. And all 5 officials will talk it over here. Some other halftime numbers. Both teams not good on 3rd down. St. Francis just 1 for 7. Lawrence Tech 1 out of 9. As the conversation continues about the flags on the field here. Just starting our 3rd quarter, St. Francis on top, 14-6. Still waiting for explanation on those penalties. Michael Johnson leading the way defensively, by the way. 5 tackles, 1 sack. Kamon Reese has 4 tackles. He's got a sack as well. Matt Perry with 4 tackles. Jalen Cooper with 3. And as I was reading you those statistics, they did explain the penalty, but I missed it. I was reading the numbers there for you. See where they mark the ball. That'll be a pretty good indication. Still trying to work it all out here. Just starting our 3rd quarter off to a snail's pace here. Just trying to figure out penalties. Alex Osman been performing pretty well under center. He's gone 11 for 18 for 112 yards. No touchdowns, been sacked twice, but hasn't thrown an interception either. The Saints have gone 11 games with an interception, trying to make it 12 today. Looks like there may have been offsetting penalties there because the Saints are going to start at their own 28-yard line. That's about where the hold happened. So Carl Bew and company back on here. 2 wide receivers left. 2 running backs are going to hand off to Gavin Day behind Keenan Haley's lead block. Pardon me. Nice hard run for about 5 for Gavin. Got an injured Saint on the ground again, it looks like. That's going to slow the game down. Even no, it's not an injured Saint. I apologize. Injured Blue Devil of Lawrence Tech. And whenever there's an injury, I can't help but think of St. Francis receiver Ryan Little. Hopefully he's watching the game today in good spirits. You know, obviously the offense changed with Carl Bew under center instead of Sam Tumulty, but the offense really changed last week when Ryan got hurt because he was such a big part of that passing offense. It was great to have the dual threat of him on one side, Dezion Jordan on the other. So when Ryan couldn't go, it made the passing game a little bit less open. That doesn't mean they didn't get it done because Des Jordan had a great game as well, going deep a couple times to set up some touchdowns. But the offense is definitely different without Ryan Little. He's missed. Hopefully that, he can go through whatever rehab he needs to go through and come back and put on the pads at some point. Definitely not this season, but hopefully next year. Injured player was Andrew Perkins, the redshirt senior. Team leader in tackles with 19 coming into today. He is walking off under his own power, albeit slowly. It'll be a big loss on defense for Lawrence Tech if he can't go. All right, St. Francis back out of here in a snail's pace start to our third quarter. 8.5 to go. Just the second offensive play coming up for St. Francis. Carl Bew in the shotgun. Play action, pressure coming. Wide open down the right side, incomplete. Up to the 40-yard line. Gavin Day out of the backfield with a big play in the passing game to flip the field into LT territory. Just his second catch of the season for Gavin. They put on a blitz. Carl Bew saw it, had to kind of jump throw it out to Gavin to get it over the blitzers, and was able to complete it on the shoe tops of Gavin Day. He turned and got some more yards after catch there. 41-yard line inside LT territory. Keenan Haley's turn on the carry. We'll bring it to the 37-yard line, pick up about 4. Had a chance to check out Keenan Haley's alma mater yesterday, the Joliet Catholic Hilltoppers, with a win over Niles Notre Dame. They got another great running back out there at JCA. H.J. Grigsby is his name. Very explosive player. Adrian Washington, the wide receiver, too. Got a defensive lineman going to Wisconsin. Just another stacked JCA team. What else is new? Here is Haley on the sweep, but they got him in the backfield. That is a heck of a play by Matt Plaga, the linebacker. Getting into the backfield and making a one-arm tackle on Keenan Haley. You don't see that too often. Blew right by Ashton Sorgi. Unable to get his hands on him. He makes the tackle for a loss. .6:39 to go, third quarter. Saints still on top, 14-6. Hasn't let him into the end zone. 3rd and 10 here for Carl Bew and the St. Francis offense. 2 wide receivers, a running back, and a tight end. Oh, Carl's in trouble. Here comes pressure. He evades it, throws on the run, and completes it to Haley. Carl Bew had no business even standing up. I thought that was a surefire sack, but the speed by Bew to evade the tackler, and he gets it away to Haley. He is about a yard shy, though, of the first down. So it's going to be 4th and 1 for St. Francis. Oh, they actually mark him further back than I thought. 4th and 2. If you're going to go here on 4th and 2, you're kind of in a tweener spot. Too far for a field goal, too close to punt. I like a design run for Carl. Nope, they're going to hand it to Haley. Inside run, and he is stuffed. That's going to be a turnover on downs. The offensive line didn't get much push. Haley could not get to where he needed to be. That's going to be a turnover on downs. It looked to be a little bit of room there, but Haley just ran right into a wall. It's a heck of a play. Who was that? Number 11, that was Mike White, the leading tackler in the game for Lawrence Tech. And when your defensive tackle is your leading tackler, you're having a good game. Darian Murray, the linebacker, as well, stepped up to make the play, the junior out of Whitaker, Michigan, for Lawrence Tech. And that gives their quarterback, Alex Osman, the football back. So 2 possessions and no points to show for it for the Saints. Here's the third opportunity for Lawrence Tech in the quarter. 5:55 to go in the third. On the ground and a 6-yard pickup over by the left boundary. Some more pushing and shoving after the fact, but a nice first down to carry for Lawrence Tech. There's Caleb Taberts again with the carry. Like to see those defensive linemen for St. Francis get an opportunity here. 2nd down and 5. Stroja, Johnson, and Holman, the 3 across the front. Play action. They want to go long. Osman's looking, lets it fly downfield and incomplete. In coverage was Nick Mabudis, putting an end to that one. Didn't get the pick, but I don't think I see a flag on the field. That was the risky part of that. There was some contact at the top of the route. I love the fact that the Blue Devils are not afraid to launch it downfield. Nick Mabudis with some great defense, though, on the top side of that. That's going to bring up 3rd and 5 for Lawrence Tech. And Avante Mitchell, the head coach for Lawrence Tech, had a few words there for the official. But here we go. 3rd down and 5 at the LT 38. They're going to look long again. Down the middle, and it is complete. Big first down. That's going to flip the field for the Blue Devils from the 38-yard line of LT, now down to the 38-yard line of St. Francis. Another big play by Jalen Wallace. Again, that spot between the linebackers and the safeties are where they're finding all their success. Behind Kamon Reese, in front of Scott Tumulty, and another big gain for LT. Goes for about 24 yards on the play. First down for the Blue Devils inside St. Francis territory. They've been bending but not breaking, this St. Francis defense. No touchdowns yet. Screen pass, right side. They need some blocking. Did not get it. Receiver had to go to his knees. Jalen Wallace he had to go to his knees to make the catch, so he was down. That's actually going to be a loss of 2 on the completion. Back to the 40-yard line. Osman in the shotgun. He'll have 3 wide receivers left, 1 over to the right, a wide receiver, a running back on his left hip. See if St. Francis wants to bring any pressure here on 2nd and 12. Snap, they'll rush 3, but they're going to keep it on the ground. Squeaks through the hole for a nice run. Past the 20 to the 15. Knocked out of bounds by Scott Tumulty. Flag comes in behind the defense. That's a big play for LT, and what a killer of a penalty it would be if it is on the Blue Devils. Let's see who made that big block to spring Talbert there. Oh, he just squeaked right through a hole. Nice block by a wide receiver. Tumulty pushes him out of bounds, but another huge play by their backup running back, Kalen Talbert. It was a penalty on LT. So they are going to wipe out the run. It's going to be 2nd and 10, I believe. Make it 2nd and 12. Ouch. They would have had it 1st down and 10 inside the 20 for just the second time in the game, but another penalty moves them back. Ball at the 38-yard line again. It's like that play didn't happen. On the ground again. Up to the 34-yard line. The carry for C.J. Davidson, the senior running back out of Pontiac, Michigan, that is. Oh, let me correct myself. Devon Bentley, the ball carrier on the play. 22, not 28. The way those jerseys kind of bunch up with the white numbers on the gray jerseys gets a little difficult sometimes. That was Bentley. I got to remember, Bentley's got the right armband. Osman will have 2 running backs, 1 on each hip. 3 down linemen for the Saints defense. Play action again downfield to the end zone this time, and it is incomplete, broken up by Jalen Cooper at the very last second, right at the goal line. You gotta love the aggressiveness of the Blue Devils, but the Saints safeties and corners are up for the challenge here. That was real close to a pass interference too. Cooper got there what I think is probably a tick too early, but it was too close to call. Oh, a penalty flag is on the ground. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. Oh, I take that back. They picked up the penalty flag. It's 4th and 6, and they're going to go here. Back to Osman on 4th down. Steps up, fires on the run, and there was no receiver within 20 yards of that ball. It's incomplete. Jalen Cooper got a hand on it, and he wishes he had a chance at that again because it should have been an interception. Turnover on downs for Lawrence Tech. The offense looked great at times, but also confused at times. Inconsistent offensive drive for LT. It got them inside the 35-yard line. Penalties hurt them again on that drive. Wiped out a 1st down run that would have put it inside the red zone, a penalty did. But some great defensive work in the secondary by St. Francis as well. That will give Carl Bew and company the football back. At their own 34-yard line with 2:25 to go here in the third quarter. Joey Tumulty in the jet motion, but they give it to the running back. Right up the middle goes Gavin Day, and he is punished up to the 41-yard line. It's a 6-yard carry by Gavin. Those are some tough 6 yards he had to pick up there, just right through the A-gap. Nothing fancy about that run besides the jet motion. 2nd down and 4 for St. Francis now, back at their own 40-yard line. Under 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. 8-point lead. Gavin Day, again, looking for any kind of daylight, just nothing there, and it goes backward a yard. Offensive line having a hard time getting any kind of push in that run game. 3rd down and 4 now for St. Francis. Bew in the shotgun. 2 wide receivers, couple tight ends, running back on his left hip. He's going to have to throw it this time, will he? Carl's going to keep it. Running left along the sideline up to the 45-yard line. That should be enough for a 1st down, and it is. Carl Bew does it himself with his legs. Man, I like him with the football. Good runner of the football. We've seen his accuracy downfield as well. Oh, man, is he going to be a good addition when Sam Tumulty graduates? If Carl Bew can stay healthy, hopefully we don't have to play him more than twice this year so we can retain that redshirt designation. But what a look into the future here if you're a Saints fan. My goodness. And we're going to have a flag come in. That's going to be on Lawrence Tech, I believe, as well. Officials will converse. They agree. It'll be a false start on St. Francis. Somebody jumped. Yep. So 1st and 10 at the 45 becomes 1st and 15 back at their 40. They need to get to the LT 45 for a first down. Bew in the shotgun again. Day on his left, tip, 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Snap back to Carl. Good protection this time. Launches it down the middle of the field and incomplete. Oh, but a flag comes in. That's going to be a pass interference looking for Dezion Jordan down the right seam. But a bit too much contact defensively by Mackenzie Alibra, the cornerback. I think. I've been wrong before on these flags, so we'll see if they call it on the defense or if they call it on Dezion Jordan trying to clear out space. It is on the defense. Pass interference on LT. So an automatic first down for St. Francis. See if we get a view of it on the replay here. Carl with a nice ball down the middle of the field. And looked clean at the top of the route. Didn't look too much was there. Maybe it happened before we had a view of it, but the 15-yard penalty will put it to the 45-yard line and a first down for St. Francis. Tight formation this time. 2 wide receivers left. Tight end right. Carl Bew designed to run behind Gavin Day. Cuts it up the numbers and picks up 5. Nice run by Carl. I like those designed runs too. Man, does Carl Bew look good as he gets a high five from Matt McCarthy, the offensive coordinator, and he gets the second down play. They give him 4 yards, so second down at 6 as the time ticks off of our third quarter, I believe. Yes, it does. 14-6, the score after 3 as the Saints lead it on the road up in the suburbs of Detroit, beating Lawrence Tech, trying to go 3-0 for the first time since 2014, I believe. The Saints defense only allowing 6 points today. That's kind of on par with how they've been performing. The Saints have only given up 7 points in this entire season so far. That gives them a 3.5 points per game average, which through 2 games, not a huge sample size, but they're number 1 in the NAIA as far as points allowed. And that's saying something. You know what's interesting, too, are their scoring drives this year. They've had 13 of them, right? 10 of the 13 have been on drives of 5 plays or less. That says 2 things. It says, number 1, the defense is giving you short fields. And number 2, there have been some pretty big plays. We saw one today earlier. Carl Bew, 65-yard touchdown run for his first collegiate touchdown. And the 2 drives for St. Francis that led to touchdowns in this game were both 5-yard drives. So, again, short drives leading to touchdowns for St. Francis. Sometimes it's short fields. Sometimes it's explosive plays. You'll take any of them. Still waiting for an interception, though. Saints have had a pick in 11 straight games dating back to last year. Had one against Waldorf, had 2 against St. Francis, Indiana. Haven't had one quite yet. And with my prediction is they're going to get one in this fourth quarter for 2 reasons. Number 1, Lawrence Tech is aggressive. They are throwing the ball downfield. There's been several near interceptions already. And number 2, the later this game gets and they're trailing, they're going to tend to throw the ball a little bit more too. So that's going to be even more opportunity. Here we go. 15 minutes to go in the game. St. Francis, the football on 2nd and 6. The inside run goes nowhere for Mr. Day. Make it 3rd and 6. I'm sorry, that was Keenan Haley on the carry. Running back by committee for St. Francis, Gavin Day, Keenan Haley, both getting significant carries. But actually, right now, here on third down, Haley's going to go out of the game in lieu of a tight end. Jake Friddle will come in. 2 tight ends set here for St. Francis. Getch and Friddle on the left side of the line. Joey Tumulty, Dezion Jordan split wide right. Gavin Day, the left hip of Bew. Bew designed run left, and they saw that coming, but Bew doing his best to get back to the original line of scrimmage, and he cannot. It's another loss of 2 for St. Francis. That brings up 4th. More pushing, more shoving. See where the breakdown was. A couple missed blocks on the outside by the tight end, along with the left tackle, Peyton Bogie, couldn't quite get the leverage that they needed and give Bew the angle. So he went backward a yard. Lawrence Tech thought the ball came out and there was a fumble. And I guess there was. The ball must have come out. It looks like Lawrence Tech's offense on the field. This is one of those things that I really wish I was at the stadium, because you miss some of those details there. But the offense on the field for Lawrence Tech, so the ball must have come out of the hands of Carl Bew, and it's going to be first down for the Blue Devils. Osman, quick throw to the receiver in the left slot. Nice solo tackle by Keemon Reese at the 45. That went out to Jalen Wallace again. So pickup of 4 for the Blue Devils. 13:50 to go in the game. Second down and 6. The ball at the Blue Devil 46. Osman in the shotgun. He's got 4 receivers to work with here. Ball left hash, but they're going to keep it on the ground. Squeaks through past the 50 up to the St. 45 and a first down for Lawrence Tech. Tough running by C.J. Davidson, the senior. They got quite a stable of running backs as well up there at Lawrence Tech. Chevrolet, who can get it done. Very patient run. You can't say enough about the offensive line for Lawrence Tech, too. They're creating some gaps and some lanes for these running backs, moving the chains. But like all game, the St. Francis defense has been bending. They've been giving up yards. They haven't been giving up scores. Wide receiver screen. That was a backward pass. That ball's loose. Jumped on by a Lawrence Tech player back at the, I believe, 45-yard line. Jalen Cooper knew it, and he was trying to get to that ball, but heads-up play by Caleb Tabert, the running back, to jump on that pass. It was a screen pass to the running back, but it was backward, so that ball was live. It's going to make it second down and 10. Under 13 minutes to go. That's not going to be second down and 10. That's going to be second down and 20. Ball back at the Lawrence Tech 46-yard line. Osman, 3-step drop, nothing there. Steps up in the pocket, fires on the running, complete. The tight end again in the middle of the field up near the 43-yard line of the Saints to move it across back again into Saints territory. Nice mobility in the pocket. Osman not very fast or quick, but he's always got his eyes downfield and knows where to make the play. Great quarterback. And a nice catch by the tight end again. Third down and 8 after the gain. They need to get to the Saint 35, the ball at the 43. Snap back to Osman, looking again. Plenty of time by this offensive line. Still going. Fires as he's hit. Diving attempt. Was it a catch or not? They're going to say it was a diving grab by Jaden Rembert. A fantastic play, a great throw, but a flag on the field as well. I think it's going to be a hold. I saw a brown jersey get tugged at that play. Yeah, oh, man. Another first down wiped off the board by a penalty by the Blue Devils. This one's going to be, it's a 10-yard penalty with the hold, but the end of the original play was 8 yards down the field. So in essence, not only is it no first down, but about an 18 yards of penalty on that. Oh, penalties killing the Blue Devils today. 3rd and 18 should be first down at the St. 35, but instead it's 3rd down and 18 for Lawrence Tech out near midfield. We mentioned before they are one of the more penalized teams in the country. 13 penalties a game, 189 total yards in penalties through the first 2 weeks. They are coming off a bye week, so you would hope that they would get that sorted out, but penalties are still killing the Blue Devils here. 14-6, St. Francis the lead, 11 minutes to go in the game. 3rd and 18, back at the Blue Devil 37-yard line. Osman in the shotgun, 4 wide receivers, takes the snap, again has time, steps up, checks it down to the running back. Chopped down at the St. 41-yard line. He will be 6 yards shy. It'll be 4th and 6. With 11 minutes to go in the game, you better believe the Blue Devils are going to take every opportunity. They are in 4-down territory here. Ten and a half to go. Saints holding on to this 8-point lead, 14-6. 4th down and 5 for the Blue Devils. Saints going to bring some heat. Osman protected. Checks it down. 1st down and more to the races. To the 20, to the 10, and out of bounds. Scott Tumulty chases down Rembert again. He was in a shallow crossing route, and they found him. Nice job by Osman. Great offensive line protection for the Blue Devils. Yards after catch makes it 1st and goal for the Blue Devils. They have been in this position before. They've been denied before. Jaden Rembert, a huge play for Lawrence Tech to put him inside the 10-yard line. Can't say enough about Alex Osman. And that offensive line giving him all the time that he needs. On the ground here on 1st and goal. Looking for the edge, sealed off on the outside by Nick Mabudis. No gain, I believe, on the play. It'll be 2nd down and goal. 9:18 to go. If they score a touchdown, you got to think they'd go for it, because what's an extra point going to do when you're down by 8? Osman in the shotgun, running back on his right hip, 2 wide receivers, right, tight end left. Play action. Osman, plenty of time, into the end zone. Touchdown in the back of the end zone. First score of the game, appropriately to Jaden Rembert, his 2nd touchdown of the season. They are a 2-point conversion shy of tying the game. Same place, right behind the linebackers, between the safeties, and they've had such a tough time. And, there should have been a hold. Oh, my goodness, was it overt? Holy cow. Logan Johnson was trying to get to the quarterback, and he was tackled. And they didn't throw the flag that time. He was straight up tackled. But a 2-point conversion try here to tie the game by Lawrence Tech. Blitz, and hit immediately. Down he goes. There might be a flag for offsides. We'll see. Kamon Reese was untouched on his way to the quarterback. That was a broken play. What a blitz. And Kamon Reese is so fast. The running back was on the other side of the quarterback and couldn't get over there in time. So the 2-point conversion attempt, no flag on the field, is no good. So the lead remains 2 for St. Francis. So if you are a fan, if you're like an NAIA scoreboard watcher and you see this score right now just on Twitter or something, 14-12, you might be thinking, oh, what's going on? And then you see the news, they got Carl Bew, true freshman, starting instead of Sam Tumulty's, might make more sense. But what you don't know is the defense has been a bit suspect. I know that was only the first touchdown that they've let up, but they've given up a lot of yards. And when you got St. Xavier coming in with a much more polished offensive attack, you got to think if it's the same defense that St. Francis plays today, I think a lot of those yards turn into a few more points against a Cougar offense. So they're going to have some stuff to figure out defensively, because I feel like LT might be putting the blueprint together on how to pass against that St. Francis D. Here's the kickoff. The return will be Tumulty from his 1-yard line. He'll take it from the right numbers all the way to the left numbers. Up the field he goes, past the 30, past the 40, before he's pushed out of bounds. Scott Tumulty has been on the ground more than anybody today. He takes punishment defensively, special teams, offense. The guy is gassed right now. I'm watching him on the sideline just like bent over, trying to catch his breath. He definitely didn't have the speed on that run. I just think Scott Tumulty is exhausted. In either case, like a 35-yard return, setting up the young Carl Buin offense pretty well after the kickoff. Actually, was there a penalty? I don't think he took it all the way up to the 47. Yeah, there may have been. Here we go. Carl Buin the shotgun, nursing a 2-point lead, 14-12. Buin looking to throw. Fires off his back foot. Looking for a back shoulder for Gavin Day out of the backfield. No flag and incomplete. Well defended on the play by Darian Murray, the linebacker, picking up Gavin Day out of the backfield. I can't believe they didn't call that hold on the touchdown. That was quite blatant. Here's Buin again after the incomplete second down at the 47-yard line. The give. Haley puts his right foot in the turf, gets past midfield to pick up 4. Up to the LT 49-yard line. Third down. You want to give that defense a bit of a breather here. A first down would be huge. Carl's going to have to do it through the air, I would think. This is where Ryan Little comes in handy. He's so good at coming back to the ball, using his hands, very secure. They're almost lined up in the neutral zone here, too, looking down this line of scrimmage. Here's the snap. Carl, pressure on, tucks it. It's going to be up to him and his legs, and he does it. He picks up the first down up to the 37-yard line. Carl Buin right up the middle moves the chains for the Saints here in the fourth quarter. He wanted to pass. It was a broken play. Pressure came in right up the middle. He was able to tuck it and go. Very Sam Tumulty-like. Carl Buin here in his debut. Dan Getch, the tight end, set up in the right slot. Joey Tumulty wide right. Des Jordan wide left. Gavin Day on the left hip of Carl Buin. Haley on his right. The give to Haley. Stuffed by a linebacker at the line of scrimmage. No gain. But guess what? A penalty. I feel like there's lots of. I thought there were more in the first half than there was. This one's going to go against the Saints. It's going to be a hold. They're going to replay first down, but it's going to be first and around 18 or so, I would believe. That's going to make it a lot harder. So the hold was at the line of scrimmage. So first down and 20 now. Coach Curry talking with the official over there on the far sideline. As the play cards come out, offense takes a look, gets the play, their responsibilities. 6:51 to go in the game. Saints up by 2. 14-12, but they now have it first down and long back at their own 43-yard line. First and 20. Snap back to Carl. Play action. Design run for Bew. Got tripped up at the line of scrimmage. Was able to maintain some semblance of balance to pick up about 6. Third down and 14. Third and 15 coming up. As they gets the ball to the 38-yard line of LT. 6:12 to go in the game. You got a feeling this is kind of setting up for a game-winning drive for Lawrence Tech, at least a potential game-winning drive here. St. Francis needs at least a field goal here. At least. They did try a field goal in the first quarter. Madej actually kicked the ground before he kicked the ball, and it ended up getting blocked. Here's Bew, the snap, the give to Day, looking for the edge. Gets to the original line, spins out of bounds at about the 37. Not enough for a first down, but it brings up a 4th and 9. Yeah, 4th and 9 or so. The offense on the field or no? What are we thinking here, Coach? You're up by 2, 5.5 to go, 4th and 9 at the opponent 33-yard line. They might be calling a timeout to think about it. It's sure taking their time. Offense is on the field. I think they're going to go. Yeah, here's the timeout. Timeout called by St. Francis. A huge play coming up here. I thought it was 4. Oh, you know what? The penalty. It is 3rd and 9. That makes it a little easier. I thought it was 4th, but didn't account for the penalty there. 3rd down and 9 coming up. And a big 2 plays coming up here. You got to get at least a field goal to make it so that a touchdown is the only thing that can beat you. And a big stand coming up for LT. Hats off to Lawrence Tech today because these boys came to play. The last time they played, it wasn't close. It was 2 or 3 years ago up there in Michigan. Ended up being like a 55-14 game. But they have been slowly improving under head coach Avante Mitchell. Only in its 6th season of varsity football. A brand new 2,300-seat stadium. They're investing in the program, and it's starting to show. 3rd down and 9. We're under 5 minutes to go. St. Francis will have it at the 32-yard line. They need to get to the 23 for a first. Carl Bew in the gun. Haley on his left hip. Joey Tumulty wide right. Jordan slot right. Tight end left. On the ground to Haley. Nothing there. Cuts it back past the 30. Up to the 27 on the 3rd down play. Again, offensive line just not creating a ton of room, and I think they're in 4-down territory. I don't think you run a play like that on 3rd without knowing you're going to go for it on 4th. You saw him run to the right, but he ran into the back of his offensive line, reversed field. Got a nice block from Friddle to at least get some positive yards before he ran into the secondary to bring up about a 4th and 4. See if they're going to call another timeout. St. Francis has 2 timeouts here. They're at least going to let the clock tick to around 4 minutes to play in the game. And a timeout. Well, we thought we had a 4th down earlier, but now it is. 4th down and 4. Actually, 4s are wild here. 4th down and 4 with 4 minutes and 4 seconds in the 4th quarter with St. Francis leading 14-12. And I don't know. Usually I have a pretty decent idea what I would do in a certain situation, but the running game's been tough today. And it's 4th down and 4. You need 4 yards. Do you let Bew run it? I don't think you hand it off. If anyone's going to run it, I think it's going to be Carl Bew just to have the extra blocker, the extra number on the outside. I like the quarterback sprint to the left or right. Or I don't mind them throwing the ball, to be honest. Call a pass play, and if it's not there, let Carl improvise a bit. I'm all right with that, too. Let's see what Coach McCarthy has in mind. The formation will have 3 wide receivers, 2 right, 1 left, 2 running backs. Haley to the left, Day to his right. Here we go on 4th down. Blitz coming from LT. Yep, they go sprint left. First down, Saints. Carl Bew picks it up with his legs. Exactly what I said. Have the quarterback design run outside, use the lead blocker. They actually use 2 lead blockers. Haley with a nice block and Gavin Day upfield with a nice block to get the first down. Chains move into the red zone to the 18-yard line. A huge play for St. Francis in the game on the legs of Carl Bew, but the blocking of the running backs ahead of him. 2 tight ends left. Haley on the right hip. They give to Keenan. Cuts back up the middle, past the 15, up to the 13-yard line. Gain of 5 for Keenan Haley, the JCA product. 3 minutes to go. If you can keep that clock ticking, up by 2 points, this long drive, that'll be the drive of the game. Obviously, I'd say the drive of the season so far, given the situation that they're in. Under 3 minutes to go, 2nd and 4. Now you run it. Now you give it to Keenan, let him get out, maybe to the outside behind those tight ends. Here we go. Shotgun is Bew. Takes the snap, gives to Keenan, sees a little daylight, gets past the 10, close to a first down. He's at the 9-yard line. That is the line to gain. And it looks like where they're going to mark him. So I think that's going to be enough to move the chains and make it a 1st and goal situation. And a timeout called by LT. Well, they still haven't moved the chains, but judging by where the football is, I think it's enough. But they, like I said, they haven't moved them yet as they call this timeout. Some other games going on across the MSFA today. Tonight's going to be the good one. St. Xavier hosting Indiana Wesleyan. 2 top 20 teams. MSFA crossover. That will be a fun game up on the south. I might actually go to that. I'm not sure what I'm doing tonight, but I might make my way up to my alma mater there to SXU and see those 2 teams play. Get a little scouting report. So, apparently it was not enough for the first down. I thought they had to get to the 9. The ball's at the 9, but no. 3rd down and 1. 10 guys on the line of scrimmage for Lawrence Tech. Oh, there is nobody guarding the pass. They give to Haley, sprints for the sideline, dives, and he is pummeled, and I do not think he got there. Nice pursuit speed defensively for the Blue Devils will bring up 4th down. So are you going to put it on the right foot of Brian Madej? Great tackling on the outside by Andrew Perkins and company for the Blue Devils. 4th down and 1. And another timeout to stop the clock for LT with 2:28 to go. We thought it'd be a possibility. We thought Blue Devils here at home might have a chance to go the length of the field to try to win it. And if this goes the way it's kind of showing with, 4th down and 1, Brian Madej field goal, it would give the Saints a 5-point lead. And LT at home with 2 minutes to go to win the game. Oh, you want drama? We got it here. We got it here. Still trying to get some updated scores from some games around the MSFA. Last I checked, in the second quarter, Roosevelt and Madonna tied at 7 with 8 minutes to go in the first half. Concordia on top of Judson 21-0. Siena Heights beating up on St. Ambrose 21-0 as well in the third quarter. But here we go. Nope, offense on the field. They're not kicking it. Scott Tumulty in the backfield. 2 tight ends left. You got to think that they're just going to run it behind the tight ends, but let's see what happens. Yep, Scott Tumulty is going to get out to the block, but nobody blocked that guy. Carl Bew trying to get there. They're stacked up at the line to gain. I do not think they made it. I think it's going to be a turnover on downs. They tried to run behind Scott Tumulty, but somebody forgot to block a guy, which made Carl Bew kind of stutter step in the backfield, giving that defense more time. And they stopped him. Turnover on downs. I don't see any flags. 2:19 to go. The Blue Devil defense stands in the red zone. And this offense with Alex Osman will have 2:19 to go down and win the game. I would have loved to have seen Brian Viday try a field goal. I understand the confidence may not be there, but now a field goal can beat you. Defense needs to step up big. They haven't had a pick this game. They've gone 11 games with an interception. Jet motion. They flip it to the wide receiver. Up to the 15-yard line he goes. He'll pick up about 5. LT has 1 timeout remaining. 2:05 to go. 2nd and 5 on the jet sweep. The tight end is split off to the slot right. He's been dangerous downfield. Osman looking to throw. Plenty of time to the right. It is incomplete or complete. He's got the ball. I don't know. I don't know if he dropped it or not. Oh, they will say incomplete. The only reason that was incomplete to Jalen Wallace was because of a big hit as he received the ball. 3rd down and 5 for the Blue Devils at their own 15-yard line. Clock stopped at 1:44. St. Francis looking to go 3-0 here. They need a stop right now. 3rd and 5. Osman claps, takes the snap, checks it down. Wide open in a 1st down. Looking to get out of bounds, and I believe he does. Again, their big play guy, Jaden Rempert, on the shallow crossing route right across the zone defense. They tried to blitz, but they picked it up well. Rempert had plenty of room to go. He was slowed down by Keemon Reese and pushed out of bounds by Tavion Wells. 1st down and 10, 1:38 to go, out to the 25-yard line of LT. Rushing 3. Pass, and it is intercepted! Jaden Cooper! The ball was thrown behind the receiver. Cooper, the safety, dives in for the pick. His first interception of the season. The 12th game in a row the Saints get a pick. Oh, I don't know. I think that hopped. I don't know. I'm looking at the replay. It looked like it skipped in. The replay appears to have had the ball skip in. But it looks like the offense is coming on the field for St. Francis. Jalen Cooper with what could go down as the game-saving interception. He had 2 interceptions a year ago, and looks like he just got his first, which could not have come at a better time. I told you that interception would come. Keenan Haley, an inside run up past the 45-yard line. That'll force LT, if they don't take their timeout now, yet they do. That is the last timeout by Lawrence Tech. With 1:22 to go, they will have 3 opportunities to snap the ball. I do not think they need to get the first down. I think the timing will work out where they can either just run it out or kneel it. As LT takes their last timeout. What a game. They did not have their A game today, the Saints. But Carl Bew did enough in his debut to make a difference. A 65-yard touchdown run, a couple big pass plays. How about Scott Tumulty today? Scoring a touchdown on the ground, making a touchdown-saving tackle, racing from behind to save a touchdown. Jalen Cooper with the pick. If there's still 128 to go, but if they can get out of Michigan with a win today, wow. It's a gutsy win, but let's see how this last 90 seconds shake out. Snap back to Bew, handoff to Scott Tumulty. Running horizontally, will just go down at the line of scrimmage, making sure to stay in bounds. This should take the clock down inside 40 seconds. I would love to see the replay of that interception again as St. Francis steps into victory formation. Carl under center. Jason Hartsfield gives him a nice tap on the chest plate. Snap, kneel down. With 38 seconds to go, that will be the end of the game. What a hard-fought battle in Michigan today. Credit to Lawrence Tech coming in and playing hard, but what a debut by number 13, a peek into the future of the St. Francis offense. And put your shades on, St. Francis fans, because the future is bright with Carl Bew, a quarterback. A fantastic ball game by him. We don't have final stats, unfortunately. The statistic software for Lawrence Tech inoperable today, so we don't get a chance to take a look at some numbers, but I am very much looking forward to seeing those when they do become available. Lawrence Tech, they are a hard-playing team, but they need to figure out the penalty situation. Penalties hurt them more than once today. If they can figure that out, they can do some damage. And they just put up with the number 17 team in the country. But sometimes you go on the road in the MSFA and it's hard, and teams are getting better every week. But hey, you get out with a win one way or another, whether 14-12 or 55-7, it doesn't matter. A W is a W, and they will live to fight another day. The Saints go 3-0. First time they've done that in nearly a decade. Exciting to see that. Although the last time they went 3-0, they ended up 4-7. So let's not get too crazy with the records, but 3-0 is a lot better than 0-3, right? Curry wins his 60th game as the head coach of the University of St. Francis football team. Congratulations to him. And Jalen Cooper with his first interception of the game, the 12th game in a row. The Saints walk away with an interception. How about that defensive stand at the end? That's going to do it for me from my basement. My name is Nick Jacobs. St. Francis comes away with the 14-12 victory in their first road game of the year. They will take on Taylor University in Indiana next week. Hopefully I'll be in attendance for that one. And then it's back at home at the stadium on September 30th for homecoming as the Saints welcome in St. Xavier, who played tonight at home against Marion. That's going to do it for me. I will kick it on back to the WCSF studios on the 4th floor of Tower Hall, where Brandon Kidd awaits. It might be just a minute before Brandon takes over, but we appreciate you listening here today. The Saints with a victory, 14-12. Take it away there, Brandon. And 3, right? Curry wins his sixth. Number 30th.
Welcome on back to the fourth floor of Tower Hall from the University of St. Francis. You are listening to Saints Radio, WCSF 88.7 Joliet FM. I am Braden Kidd, and this is your Saints post-game show. USF 14-12 victory. Not the second half that I expected by any means. I expected the offense to come out firing just a little bit more. They had their glimpses of greatness, but no more points put on the board by USF in the second half. It was a rough go of things offensively. Quite a few more offensive line struggles. It looked a little bit better, but still not what we would like to see. And Matt, I did not I will admit right here live on air, you can quote me on it, get your phones out, start recording. I was very, very wrong in my prediction of how this game would go. LTU, an extremely gritty performance from Lawrence Tech at home in front of their home fans. I am honestly left speechless, and not at all what I expected. And Nick Jacobs said it perfectly. Penalties decided this game for them. Honestly, this was our Fighting Saints got fully exploited defensively today. The secondary not performing up to the expectations that we have set for them based on the first couple of games here. But as was mentioned, a win is a win, whether 14-12 or 55-7. I'll quote Jacobs on it. A win's a win, and thankfully, your Fighting Saints are 3-0, and life is good. Congratulations to Coach Curry with his 60th career win under the head coaching role of the Fighting Saints, now 60-57. So congratulations to him on that. And just wow, I was on the edge of my seat watching that. I will not lie, I was scared, and I won't lie. I have we got a receiver at our studio, and I got it on outside of our actual station room, and I stepped away to use the restroom really fast, and I hear Jacobs announce the Jaden Cooper interception, and I was like, dang it, I didn't get to see it. But, I mean, what a big play. I mean, I know from the looks of the replay, it was a sketchy call. I know officiating in general, it was a little skeptical throughout the day. A few penalties that were missed, a few penalties that were called that may have been a little bit light. I'm sure Lawrence Tech fans looking on, maybe looking at that interception with a little bit of skepticism. But, I mean, what is done is done. Jaden Cooper with his first interception of the season with 1:32 left to go in the game, ultimately to seal it for the Fighting Saints. The defense made stands when they needed to. I mean, I know it's been said throughout the broadcast, a lot of holes were exploited, and it was not a great game for the St. Francis defense by any stretch of it. But to only give up 12 points in your worst performance of the season, arguably, and I don't even think it's arguable, it was their worst performance of the season. Only allow 12 points to a very, very game, mind you, Alex Osmond. He looked incredible today, taking big shots downfield, exploiting the holes in the defense. Credits to him. He looked absolutely incredible today. Kalen Talbert looked amazing in the backfield, and that was another example of just the penalties biting this LTU team. Back in the third quarter, a huge run from Kalen Talbert being erased by a holding penalty. Just the penalties need to go, and LTU is looking at a very bright and prosperous future this season. And to me, it seems like an easy fix when 3 of the calls were unsportsmanlike conduct. I know they got it together. It wasn't as scrappy in that regard in the second half, but that's just something that you can't afford for it. And I got to admit, there's just the tone of this game is not something I was necessarily expecting. It felt like I was watching like a USF SXU type rivalry out there, Saints Cougars. It was just very, very gritty, a lot of attitude being shown out there, a lot of pushing and shoving, which as a fan is great to see, but you can't let it get to you the way that these teams did. Obviously, LTU a little bit more than St. Francis, but St. Francis had a couple unsportsmanlike conduct penalties in their own right. Just luckily enough, the first one was offsetting and didn't cost us anything. But penalties are easily the story of this game for LTU. And when we're back with you next weekend for the pregame show for our game against Taylor University, you bet when we look back on this game, the story of it is going to be the penalties, because USF, I love my Fighting Saints, but they very easily could have given up this game and taken a loss here today if it weren't for some of those penalties committed by LTU. LTU, it was kind of their game to lose, and that's exactly what they did. But no credit taken away from Carl Bew, and he came away with a W. That's all you can really ask for as a fan. And he did everything he needed to do. I mean, there was a fumble at the beginning of the fourth, but it was on LTU's own 40-yard line, I believe, right around there. So it didn't cost us anything much. There weren't too many critical mistakes made by Carl Bew. He was efficient, and that's all you can really ask for when you got a number 2 guy, a true freshman, stepping in for your superstar quarterback in Sam Tumulty. Carl Bew did exactly what he needed to do, and like I said at the half, he was the centerpiece of this offense pretty much all day. I mean, obviously, Scott Tumulty, an amazing game in his own right, as Nick Jacobs said during the broadcast, having his own run into the end zone, getting the Saints their second score of the day. So an amazing day for Scott Tumulty as well, plus that chase down to avoid the LTU touchdown back in the first half. Absolutely incredible ability shown by him. If you guys were able to view the game at all, you would be able to appreciate it was like watching a track and field race out there. He just bursts of speed, absolute sprint momentum, whatever you want to put on it. I'm not even speaking English anymore. The guy was incredible today. But all credits in the world to Carl Bew, because he did everything he needed to do. And I mean, the LTU was able to kind of finally capitalize on the holes in USF's poor defensive performance today. Earlier on in the fourth, I mean, Jaden Rambert converting on the 4th down on the crossing route. Like all of these passes that were caught, our coverage was just, it was very hands off, very little. And I know it's a lot more of a, it's, at least it seems it's a lot more of a zone coverage defensive scheme, but you just can't be leaving guys that open. And it was very much exploited by the LTU offense. They just weren't really able to capitalize from the perspective of putting points on the board. Luckily for USF, because there were more than a couple situations where LTU could have put a lot more points on the board. And these holes are going to have to get cleaned up in a couple weeks, as Jake has said during the broadcast, for the big game against SXU in a couple weeks. And even for next week against Taylor University, it's another game that realistically USF should be able to come away with. But we went into this game against LTU with the same mindset that it shouldn't be too difficult. The defense should be able to carry the workload in Sam Tumulty's absence. And they ultimately did so, but not as convincingly as what we would have originally expected. So those holes have to be cleaned up a little bit. The coverage has to be better, because like Jaden Rembert got us quite a few times. It just wasn't. I mean, Jenkins got us a few times. That there were quite a few receivers that got us more than a few times. I mean, obviously, as has been mentioned throughout the broadcast, the StatCast has not been up for LTU throughout the day, but you can still see it with your own eyes a little bit. The receivers were able to get us today, and I don't even really feel like we didn't really have to make them earn it much. We didn't make them earn it much. They were left wide open more than a few times, and a few times USF's defense got lucky. There were quite a few throws, not too many, but 2 or 3 that I can think of off the top of my head, where Alex Osman just didn't put the ball where it needed to be, and it saved us, because the receiver definitely broke coverage on those plays that I'm thinking of. And that's stuff that's got to be cleaned up in the next week here, because I mean, no matter what school you're facing, teams are going to take advantage of that. And I feel like a lot of the offenses we've been facing up to this point, granted it's only been 2, but they were a little more run heavy, and it was our front line carrying a lot of the workload, and our secondary has performed incredible to this point, don't get me wrong, but not as great of passing schemes on those previous 2 schools in the previous 2 weeks. So you got to take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. I didn't expect to see holes in our defense today against this team. So it's a little bit worrisome going forward, but I mean, if you're St. Francis, if you're the Fighting Saints, you got to just go away with this saying, hey, we didn't play the greatest game and we were still able to come away with the win. And when you can come away with a win with your offense only scoring 14 points, that shows that your defense did something right. And I'm being critical since it's my home school, but I see some positives in this as well. I mean, do I believe there was a little bit of luck on the side of USF today? Absolutely. But there were quite a few defensive stands as well, like the instance of the defensive line taking a stand, stopping them on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. I believe that was back in the first half. Just stuff like that. Like, that's not luck. There were quite a few defensive stands that played a just as significant of a role as some of the luck that we had on our side today. So nothing to be ashamed of, really. You're coming away with a win. If you can come away with a win with scoring only 14 points, like I said, something's going right. So, I mean, it almost makes me more happy that in one of our worst defensive performances of the year, we were able to come away with this win. And Carl Bew, I mean, Jake has said it himself, and I couldn't agree more. The future is bright at the quarterback position once the days of Sam Tumulty are over, because Carl Bew, the burst of speed that this man has, and he showed more of it in the second half there with right around 7 minutes remaining in the game, escaping the pocket and making stuff happen on a broken down play. And that's just as valuable, if not more valuable, than the designed quarterback rushes. It's great to be able to make a play happen when it's designed, but to be able to improvise like that on a broken down play and be able to get yardage out of it. I mean, credits to Carl Bew. He walked in there with his head held high. He was not timid, not intimidated. First passing play from scrimmage, takes a deep shot downfield. I mean, the guy came in confident in his abilities, and all credit in the world to him for that, because he should be confident in his abilities. I mean, pregame show, we touched on this man's high school highlights and high school stats and just how talented of a player he is, and we saw a bit of that today. And I believe we're going to see more of it in the future. You're only going to see so much in a debut performance. It was far from perfect, but that's to be expected. No quarterback is going to come out in a debut performance and light it up 100% of the time. It's not always going to happen. It happens every now and then, but it's not common. But for Bew to be able to come in today and, like I said, just no doubt in his abilities. He was taking shots when he got the opportunity, and he did everything he needed to do, and you could tell the team was around him, and that's what you love to see as a fan. And, I mean, just pulling out another example, I mean, the quarterback sprint on the 4th and 4 with a little under 5 minutes to go in the fourth, I mean, that play, it's just another testament to this kid's abilities, and I'm very excited for this kid's future. I really hope that he doesn't have to play any more than 2 games this year, so we're able to keep that red shirt designation, as Nick Jake has mentioned, because any extra time that you can get with a guy with Carl Bew's abilities, the better. So it's going to be a bright future ahead. And I mean, it didn't always go his way. Like the 4th and 1 play with a little over 2 minutes left, I'm not gonna lie, I was a little scared after that, because the LTU kicking game had 2 field goals earlier in the game. They looked pretty on. The special teams unit was looking really good. So I didn't want it to come down to a game-winning field goal for LTU, because obviously that would have been more than heartbreaking. But like Jaden Cooper getting it done, getting his first interception of the season, excuse me, and being able to seal the game out for a Saints win. And you couldn't write the script any better. I mean, like Jake has said, if you want drama, you got it here today. And I couldn't be any happier as a fan. In one of, like I said, in one of our rougher performances of the season, with a guy coming in his debut game, he was able to get the job done. It wasn't as convincingly as what I predicted and would have liked to see, but nothing wrong with a little bit of drama, nothing wrong with being on the edge of your seat till the end for a little bit. So that is going to be it for your Saints Sports Saturday broadcast today. Be sure to join us next week for our game against Taylor University. It'll be the same crew in here for the pregame show. It'll be Alex Melcars, Jake DiLorenzo, me, Braden Kidd, Joe Mendia, possibly Matthias and Joe. We got a fluid schedule here with the staff, so the people that can get in, and the people that can't. But there's 5 of us. We make it work. We take things as they come. So I'm excited to be with you guys next week. I'm excited to rehash this game. Hopefully the stats get published for next week or by next week, so we can go over this game even more thoroughly, because a lot of great things to look at from the perspective of Carl Bew, and it's like like we've been saying throughout the broadcast, it's going to be a bright future for this kid, and I'm excited to see it unfold. I hope he keeps that redshirt designation, as I said, so we can see as much of him as humanly possible. But that is going to do it for the Saints Sports Saturday broadcast. Thank you so much for joining us for the pregame panel. Alex Melcars, Joe Medea, Jake DiLorenzo and me, Braden Kidd, and our wonderful broadcaster, Nick Jacobs. Thank you so much, Nick, for getting the job done from the basement. I know it wasn't the greatest conditions. I know you were getting the view the best you could of the game and calling it as you saw it the best you could, but you did absolutely incredible, and we appreciate your work over here at WCSF. So, from Alex Malcars, Jake DiLorenzo, Joe Medea, and me, Braden Kidd, and Nick Jacobs, this has been the Sports Saturday broadcast. Saints getting the win today, 14-12 over a game, Lawrence Tech University. Thank you so much for listening. This is Saints Radio, WCSF 88.7 FM.
This is Hank from Kuroma, and you're listening to WCSF Joliet 88.7 FM.
Here is your forecast for Will Country on 88.7 FM WCSF. Few showers and thunderstorms throughout the area this afternoon. Mostly cloudy skies. Temperatures trending in the low 70s. A little bit better coverage out of those showers and thunderstorms overnight tonight with mostly cloudy skies. 54 for an overnight low. Might be a little bit breezier at times as well out of the west-southwest. Few scattered storms on Sunday. For the most part, though, looking at partly sunny skies. 72 for a daytime high. Few spotty storms lingering overnight. I'm meteorologist Jason Licker on 88.7 FM WCSF.